Why, hello everybody. This is Cutie Roo SR. I am coming at you with a special one-off event for our mental health awareness stream with our collaboration with Crisis Text Line. We are going to be having a full day's worth of runs that are going to be helping us be aware of mental health and everything to help with coping on that. We do have a list of games. We're going to be playing Celeste, then we have It Takes Two, and then we have Gris. And that is a more than a beautiful enough lineup there to see all the video games that to speedrun that it helps with our mental health. We are going to be starting off with Celeste. I have our runner Tio and ready to go, but also we have the commentary Isaac. If you would love to just start and say hi, Tio, and then let us know whenever you're ready for your countdown, and say hi as well, Isaac.
Hello, I'm Tio. With me is Isaac. Say hi. Hello, Isaac.
Hi, I'm Isaac.
Hi. And I'm basically good to go. And Celeste is definitely a very good speedrun showcasing mental health. The story is phenomenal, following Madeline, a trans girl, coping with her depression and other inner demons. And I'm ready whenever, so I can get a countdown for when I can start, and that would be good. I think you can count.
Am I counting
Whenever
down?
you're ready,
Yes.
I can do a countdown. Yeah, I can do the
Go
countdown. On the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go!
Let's go.
Good luck,
We'll settle
Tio.
And good luck to you. And first, you see me, if you know Celeste, there are 3 movement options that Madeline can do: jumping, grabbing, and dashing. We only can do grabbing and jumping yet. And why am I jumping so much instead of just walking along the bridge, Isaac?
Well, if you do a B-hop, if you do a jump in the prologue, you will save approximately 2 frames per jump, so it does save a bit of time and adds up over the first 30 seconds of the run.
Yep. And here at the end, we unlocked the dash for Madeline. And I didn't even talk about what we're doing. We're doing all the berries, so not a normal Celeste playthrough, but we're also collecting these nice little berries here. And there are 175 of them. And I will not be able to talk about every single thing I do, because this game is very fast-paced. As you can see, I already got 3 berries, and oh goodness. Okay, I have to go back for a berry, but this is fine. As you can see, mistakes do not cost a lot in this game. There was like, what, 5 seconds? And as long as I stand on the ground for long enough, I will collect the berry. But because just standing still on the ground loses time, I will try to not do that. But of course, that is slightly risky, as you can see. And now I'm returning to map, which basically just skips the backtrack here, because normally Celeste is timed with in-game time. I could just not do it for this RTA style event, but I don't want to change my muscle memory too much. And yeah, Isaac, you can talk about why I'm now grabbing the heart instead of just quitting out and just after this ferry.
So yeah, Celeste has 9 chapters. We'll be entering to chapter 8 in this run, because there are actually 5 berries in the core, which is after the end of the main story. However, you need to collect 5 crystal hearts to get into the core. Or 4 crystal hearts, not 5. We will get 5 hearts in the run, but we only need 4 to enter the core. And yeah, that one in city there is very nice and quick because it's right next to a berry anyway. And there'll be 3 others later in the run that we need to collect on the way.
Yep. One of them is special, but we'll talk about it when you get there.
Yes. Everyone's favorite crystal heart.
Also, I will not do the Summer of Arbitrary special. There is a stretch for one of the berries that I kept on failing and dying and losing like half a second in a tournament this summer, and I got infamous for it. So we just took it safe.
Yeah, we don't want to repeat that here. It's not a good death to take. But as Tio mentioned earlier, with the fact that deaths don't cost a lot of time in Celeste, well, this is one of the categories where they can, because if you drop a berry in a part where you can't backtrack for it, you will have to replay that section from the closest checkpoint, and that can lose a lot of time. So it's important to root in those berry collects to make sure you don't lose a lot of time.
Yep. You could just collect even less than I did, but like that is too risky even for me. And we're done with the first chapter. No way. Yep. And that was very quick, a very quick city. That was kind of really fun. Now for site, Madeline has taken a nap, and it's now midnight, and
the fire is green.
And the fire is green. This is true. And we will meet a let's say friend soon. But first you saw like a black block here, which you will see now again. These are not activated, but now we will activate them, and the mirror shattered on this. Because we met in a cutscene just now, our little friend, Madeline's alter ego. We will get to her a bit later, but here's the first seeded berry, where you have to grab 3 seeds to spawn a berry to then collect that. And this checkpoint is notorious for not collecting, but I will try to collect these berries because this is kind of risky to have so many berries trailing me.
Yeah, for a long time in this chapter, players would just have a train of around 4 or 5 berries for a while after the start checkpoint, but recently we've been collecting them a bit more to make sure that we don't die with a load of berries and end the run on the spot.
And it just loses like 0.2. And here we have Madeline. She's following us. She's not nice yet, because when we touch her, we will die. So we will just try to run away from her as quickly as we can while grabbing all of these berries along the way. Oh goodness. Okay. And
need that one.
And why we start collecting, by the way, is it loses 0.2, and in the first checkpoint of this chapter, which is even for Celeste standards, not a lot, over like I don't know how many rooms start has. And also it's kind of important sometimes to just get runs going instead of trying to reset and maybe take a toll on your mental health, because nobody wants to do that. Ooh, that is
it's unfortunate, but at least you did collect the berry, so you can take the faster route through this room if your muscle memory will allow.
Yeah, if my muscle memory allows me it. Okay, but here we also have 4 balloons now. They multiplied. I don't know why, but
and now they're gone.
They're gone. Yeah. And we still have 2 more berries now to grab. This one and one later. And I will try to hit one of the most infamous bets in this game, but I cannot promise. Oh god, okay, I had a frame drop. Never mind. Also, there's Theo up there. Hi, Theo.
So yeah, what Theo was trying to do there was build up a bunch of speed, which you can kind of take through this entire last part, but it's very difficult, and you can still get through the checkpoint pretty fast without it. And unfortunately, in ARP, you do have to cut it off halfway through anyway to go and collect this winged berry.
I always find the Celeste speedruns to be so good. Just the movement is so beautiful.
It really is, yeah.
It absolutely is. I've spent a lot of time on this game, and I wouldn't have if not for the gameplay and, of course, the community behind it. Shouts to the community as well. And be proud of your death count, exactly, game. Because now we will probably die a lot.
Definitely one of the hardest chapters.
See, perfect demonstration, because this is a hard chapter, and we will have these dust bunnies, those black blobs with the red outline that move on a predetermined cycle. But this is a huge difficulty spike compared to the first 2 chapters. And also we will have our first instance of pause buffering and of demoing. Maybe you can explain what demoing is.
Yeah, so demoing is when you dash, but with a crouched hitbox, and with a lot of the hazards in this game, like these dust bunnies and the spinners or the spikes that you'll see later on in other levels, they have a small gap in the hitbox that you can just fit through with the right setup if you do a crouch dash. And
Exactly.
Theo had a setup and then pause buffer to get the perfect frame in order to get through there.
Yeah, because even with a setup, like the setup that I did, that just guarantees a single frame that I can even hit it. And that is still way too risky to try to do without at least pausing to see if I'm on the correct frame. And okay, wingberry. And by the way, the wingberries here, we didn't talk about them. We have to get to them without dashing. We had one earlier at the end of chapter 2, but that one was very, very quick. And also we jumped off the corner with spikes. Do not worry about it, honestly. That is the best I can tell you about. No, Melon is not invincible, as you clearly can tell. And oh, I missed the B-hop. Another pause buffer threat there. Pause buffering was introduced basically in a later patch in 1.4, which is now 2 years, over 2 years even old. Oh my god, time. But you can yeah, how? I don't know. But you were not able to buffer a pause out of a pause before, which made pause buffer threads not really viable, but now you are, and that opened a whole can of worms. And we will dive way deep into the pause buffer can of worms at the end of the run. I can tell you that.
Yes, we have a very fancy new strat that Theo will be showing off right at the end of the run. But yeah, pause buffering has added a new layer to the game where you can choose to pause buffer certain things. It will lose a bit of time over not pausing it, but will make it safer. So there's a nice trade-off there, and I think overall it's been a very good addition to the game, and it's helped a lot with making things more accessible.
Yeah, because you don't have to like pause buffer like the hard splats that I do, but you can just like some of the more like beginner strats that seem really, really intimidating at first, you can maybe learn to pause buffer them, like if it's viable, because there are definitely some viable ones.
So yeah, there's the second of the crystal hearts that we need to get into core. Theo actually did a little death hop there after collecting the heart, which allows you to skip the second hub, where you go to talk to Oshiro again. Oshiro is the ghost guy that we've been seeing throughout the level. And
wait, can I save?
Yep, okay. Saved. But yeah, when you go into that when you exit that heart room and then rejoin from the transition that you're supposed to exit from, it actually changes your spawn point to above there and allows you to just skip into the book section.
Yeah.
And it saves quite a lot of time.
Yeah. Oh, goodness. Okay, but yeah, because it puts us to the closest one. I think you didn't say that, but it puts us to the closest spawn point, which is basically the one on top, because why would you ever re-enter that room? I think is what the devs thought there. But yeah.
I mean, yeah, because when you exit that room normally, actually the transition actually shuts on you, but if you dash up or jump up soon enough, you can get back through.
Yep. And now we put in the key into the door while we grab this berry that was under the bridge at the very beginning. And we cleaned up Oshiro's mess. And now we just have to deal with Oshiro's dust bunny problem, which I don't think we can deal with, especially with what will happen later. Because our alter ego, Bedouin, will be mean to Oshiro, which is very sad. But maybe he needed to hear it as well. There's the infamous demo dash, basically, there that most people know that watch the Celeste speedrun, but we will not yet go for it. We will need these 2 berries, then backtrack to where we were before. This is kind of risky. Okay.
Okay.
I will collect. And now we will do the demo. But
yeah, so that was the first application of the demo dash, really. And Tio did a little pause buffer setup there to get the height for it.
Yeah, because this is not a one frame, even though it seems like it with the right setups. There are a bunch of setups to make it more lenient. I just did one of the faster ones. And now Oshiro is angry and is chasing us on the roof of his little resort. And we have to avoid him while also grabbing berries, which is quite challenging actually. And I will grab here for a sec. Especially there are some mechanics that do make Oshiro a bit annoying, but you just have to deal with it. Because this section is honestly it's kind of fun, in my opinion. Because Resort in general is kind of fun, even though it is very difficult.
Yeah, especially this last room here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks really challenging.
Okay.
But Tio gets it first try.
Nicely done.
That
was beautiful.
Go.
Let's go.
And now for Golden Witch, I think most people will say at least at first that it is not as hard as Resort, but oh boy in speedrunning, oh god, there's a lot that you can do here to make this chapter way more difficult than it needs to be. But it is also pretty cool. Honestly, Celeste in general is pretty cool, so I will just repeat myself every time I mention it.
And yeah, all of the chapters in this run, apart from maybe the first 2, are extremely difficult. The Little Red Berry speedrun is probably one of the hardest main category runs in Celeste.
Oh, absolutely. And we will have the 3rd instant of Seeded Berry here, and they do disappear if I jump or am too long on ground, but if I just am jumping or dashing... Wait, no, if I'm jumping in Coyote, which is basically after I leave a platform, because there's some grace period where I can still jump, then they don't disappear. And we will do some little dash dancing there for a setup to guarantee...
I won't say the name.
Do not say it. Oh, good. Okay. But yeah. A lot of stuff has been found recently because everybody was playing
Ooh, good save.
God. I have never saved it like that.
I've never seen it saved like that.
So is this the never happened before?
Yeah, it never happened. Take it off your bingo card now.
But yeah, as
Okay.
Theo was saying, a lot of people have been playing this category lately because we had a tournament in it, and yeah, the strats have evolved quite a lot during that time.
That's
This
what I
room
love
is still
about
just as bad,
tournaments.
though.
Tournaments are so good for like getting like new people involved, as well as like just seeing new strats. It's amazing. I've seen it with the Ori tournaments.
Yeah, they
And-
definitely help bring a lot of attention to categories that otherwise aren't very popular or just haven't been played for a while.
Yep, and there I did a pretty difficult strat to skip the intended way. And the intended way is a Mario reference. Oh, God. Okay, we will try this again. And... Oh, okay. I guess we will try it a third time. Well, we can try it a few times. You have time.
There we go.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, we climb, jump, and then get popped under the ceiling, which is why it's called a ceiling pop. Which is very precise. It's subpixel precise, but we do a setup to make it more lenient. But that doesn't mean it's not difficult to perform, because there are a lot of nuances that you have to pay attention to, and if you mess up even one, then the set doesn't work. And this, I think, is Ultra the hardest checkpoint, in which there are a lot of contenders. Shrine also, right? In which
Yeah, Shrine, Trail, Cliff Face arguably as well, just because of the burst berry.
yeah.
Although it's not too bad with the slightly easier strat.
And so here we die intentionally to go back to the beginning of the room after collecting the berry.
And we have a
Very
pretty infamous strat coming up. And Tio did not collect the berry.
I did collect
For a
on the little
while.
platform. Okay, it's fine.
You scared me, but there we go. He skips the block by getting, I think it's two frame windows and a 1 frame window. There might be some other numbers in there somewhere. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, it's a bit more complicated than that, but yeah, basically.
But yeah, it's it's an ultra into a very tight corner boost. And yeah, skips the block, saves around 6 seconds.
So let me not muscle memory here. That's a very small time save that you can do by exiting out of the chapter. But I decided to not do it for today. We will not stall out the run by doing all the very, very small 0.1 save, time saves by menuing out of the chapter.
Yeah, this is probably one of the most infamous sections of a casual playthrough with all the wind. It's quite hard to fight, but for speedrunners, the wind doesn't affect us too much, because when you dash, the wind actually stops affecting you while you're in the dash, and we're just able to build up enough speed to kind of glide through the section.
Yeah, and the wind just reduces our speed by a set amount. And if you're so fast, like a little set amount doesn't matter that much to us. And we're in Temple. We also saw our friend Theo, which we will see later. But first, high gondola again from Rich, because there was a berry there. Temple also infamous because it is kind of a little labyrinth, and we will see a lot of rooms. I wanted to say all, but we will not see all. And I will still do the new route here, by the way. This is the new route that was found this year. That was the Mad Hacker. Previously, we went to the bottom first. and then up top, and then to the end of this checkpoint. But now we go up first. That is a reason that I will explain soon when I get there. But first, you see we have a couple new mechanics. Every chapter has a few core mechanics that get added. This time it's red bubbles and dash blocks, I think. And later, 2 more things. So no chapter really plays the same because you do have to interact with all the mechanics every time. But here we will now see why I go top first, because I will enter this room, which unlocks the checkpoint, and then I will go back. So when I quit out here at the bottom after grabbing all the berries, I can just go back into the second checkpoint there that I just unlocked.
Yeah, so this was a new route that was found pretty recently and saves, I believe, around 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds, something like that.
Yeah.
Those lines.
Around there. Yeah. And another retry. This chapter has a bunch of intentional retries, so to skip a bit of moving around, and now we will enter back into the second checkpoint after collecting the last berry and start. Honestly, and the 1.5 or 2 second time save is really, really huge in the Celeste community, by the way. We, like, most of our time saves are like, oh yeah, you save like 0.1 or something in a single room, and this saved 2 seconds, so we were pretty hyped about it. And some people didn't like it because menuing, but I think it's cool.
When we get a 0.1 time save, we're usually like, wow, this is massive. But when we get a 1.5 second time save, that is really huge. And because Celeste is so movement based, it's all about those micro optimizations. And those 0.1s add up to be a lot of time throughout the whole run.
Yeah, I could do some simpler strats and not lose a lot of time, but it will add up. But also that is the beauty. You can decide how much you want to optimize it and how much. Wait, let me do this move before continuing. Okay, thank God.
There we go.
But yeah, this is the beauty of Celeste. You can just decide how you want to play it. You don't have to do all of the crazy strats that I do in it here. You can take it more chill, and you're completely free to do so because you will not lose that much time to it. And you always have stuff to improve on. Okay. Is this our last death ward, actually? At least in Temple, I think so.
I think it is, yeah, actually. Yeah, Temple is one of the most loved chapters in this run because it's a bit of an exploration level. There are berries everywhere. It's got some unique movement where you're going back and forth between berry rooms. There's like a center hub instead of just following the direct path. It's quite interesting routing and cool movement.
Yep, and even though this chapter seems very complex, for any percent it's relatively simple. So, like you said, you don't explore it that much, and you basically I appreciate like all of the little rooms that we can explore and do in this category, and they're pretty good. So shout out to Maddie Thorson and the EXOK team for this game, by the way. And we just killed Madeline with the Seeker monster. This is so sad, but we are back. And we will talk a bit to Madeline here. But just skip all the dialogue. I have honestly no idea what she says there. I completely forgot it. But now the Seekers appear, which are little monsters that will just follow into the direction where Melon is on a straight path. So they are pretty easy to avoid and they are predictable if you know what you're doing. But they can be very tough at first if you don't have a set strat for everything that I do it. Like I don't have to think about it. But in a casual playthrough, this is pretty tough.
Yeah, and this checkpoint here is pretty much all about manipulating the Seekers. If you get it slightly wrong, they'll be in the wrong position, but that one was perfectly there for Tio to bonk it and get out of the checkpoint.
Absolutely. And we will get into another maze-like section, Search. Where normally, casually, you need 2 keys to advance, or 3 if you also want the berry. But technically we don't need keys for advancing, so we will only get 1. But if I actually collect it there. Because there is a berry behind the key door. So we will grab the key until the end. I was just a little bit confused there how I died, but
I had that the other day. I've never seen it before. I don't know. I swear they patched it.
I cannot believe they would patch the video game to make this strat harder.
That Seeker doesn't work anymore.
Okay, but here, infamous skip for a beginner, search skip. A bit more difficult, the method I do there, because I do a high penetrate corner boost, which are, worth you don't know. Also, another post-profit demo, which I'm glad I hit, because that is actually more difficult than it seems. Because besides that you have to get the right pixel, you also have to worry about the Seeker, and the Seeker can be very, very quickly, like, right next to you, so I'm glad I got it. And now we have Theo again, this time trapped in a crystal. And Theo will allow us to do some pretty crack movement here. Because every time I dash into him, it cancels my dash, and if the dash has a lot of speed, I will also keep all the speed, because normally the speed will run out after I dash, but not with Theo. And also we have dash blocks, so let's see if I hit this. I will not hit this. This is very sad, because you can fly through this room if you do this well enough. Okay. Well,
this is absolutely one of the hardest sections in the run.
Oh, absolutely. Because this is like the only section in the run, besides the Temple B side, where you have Theo behind you. And
Theo's going to demonstrate it perfectly here. Where
yeah. Yep.
if something goes wrong in this room, you just get off the strat, off cycle with those weird waves that push you back from the eyeball, and it's very hard to recover from that, but we are through.
We absolutely are. And I mentioned the Temple B side, and which we don't play in this category, but that doesn't mean we don't play any B side. Isaac, do you want to talk about why that might be the case?
Yeah, so Reflection is a unique chapter in this game because the A side actually doesn't have any berries, so we can actually play the B side instead, because if you play through the B side without completing the A side, it still unlocks the next chapter. And in any percent, that saves around 20 seconds, but in ARB, it actually saves an extra 20 seconds on top of that, because it gets us a free Crystal Heart as well, which will be our last one that we need to get into core.
Yep, exactly. And this is notoriously more difficult than the Temple B side. So most runners in any percent do this only at a higher level. But because of the time save that it brings you an ARP, many people try out the Reflection B-side in this category. Or in an... Oh, okay, nice Kevin. These blocks are called Kevin. Shout out to the sound designer who made this incredible noise.
Kevin.
Unlucky. I tried to use the momentum we get off the block to just catapult myself to the cassette. Sadly, it didn't work out, but we do still have it. And we needed that cassette to unlock the B-side. The B-side is notoriously difficult, like I said earlier. So even a single death can sometimes just negate their time save in any percent. So I will focus because this is one of the hardest chapters in the run.
Yeah, for sure it is one of the hardest chapters in the run, and as Tio said, not really implemented until a much higher level in any percent. In ARB, it's you would generally implement it a bit earlier because it saves more time, and it's also just a good if you want to practice it, then doing it in ARB or true ending as well, which also requires the hearts. It's a good way to practice it without that pressure. Yeah, it's made up of a lot of long rooms. You kind of just play through it. There are some strats, but we'll see Theo going through the falling section in a second, which is one of the hardest sections in the game, and it's super fast-paced.
Yeah, you might think, how is falling hard? Because you basically are just falling. But how you fall through this is a bit difficult, especially because I'm trying to cut it pretty close by doing some down diagonal dashes. Casually, you probably, and even in speedruns, you want to do a lot of just horizontal dashes, but I want the time save.
Yeah, and a lot of the time save in this checkpoint is by holding the fast fall button for as long as possible, which is very scary when you're falling through the spikes like this. But it does add up quite a lot at the end. And Theo does a little reset of his dash off the Kevin there. Saves a bit of time as he can do a down diagonal dash to dodge the spikes at the end instead of doing a wall jump. And coming up in this next room, we have another quick demo there, which Tio does not even need to pause buffer this one because it is a slightly bigger window.
Slightly. It is double the window. Double the window is 2 frames, by the way. But it is double the window.
An entire 2 frames. What more could you want?
Exactly.
And now we have to fight Badalin.
We hug her, right?
Yes, not fighting. We're making friends with Badalin now. Although we are kind of skipping that cutscene by playing 6B. But yeah, Theo's gonna skip the feather here. He would normally do a high prop up there, but it was a bit tight and just got a jump. It worked, but lost a little bit of time there.
As long as it works.
That is true.
Yeah, and this lost quite a lot of time. As we said, these rooms are pretty long. And feather movement is honestly pretty hard. Like, I'm playing on controller, by the way, but for some feathers I use my D-pad instead of my stick, because honestly it is easier sometimes, because you have less options to worry about if you use just the cardinal directions instead of 360-degree movement.
The age-old debate. Keyboard feathers versus controller feathers. And here we have a nice little pause buffer that Theo's gonna do, where he gets 2 boosts off of that Kevin to get a bunch of speed, and he can skip the whole right-hand side of that room. And yeah, this is a very infamous checkpoint, but it's also a very fun one. There are a lot of cool strats there. It skips all the coins by doing a nice corner kick off of the coin block. Very clean movement through this room.
Wait, I'm retrying here. Yeah, if you normally want a bit more speed into that feather, and I just cut my losses by retrying instead of committing to it. Which, honestly, realizing that to retry early is kind of hard. Wait. Okay, I think we're fine now.
And that is the final crystal heart that we need to get into core.
Yep, and now for the summit. If you don't know the story, we fell down from pretty much the top of the mountain to the bottom. So now we have to climb back up everything. But now Madeline helps us because we made up with her. So it will go a bit faster than the 34 minutes that we just played through.
You may notice Tio now has pink hair, which means that he has 2 dashes.
This is true. But 2 dashes also means more floor. And less floor, I mean. Yeah, more floor, exactly.
2 dashes and more floor.
No, as you can see, less floor because we don't really need it with 2 dashes. And we will take all of these branching paths for berries. And Summit is pretty hard. Okay, every ARC chapter is pretty hard besides maybe the first 2. But this is basically a gauntlet. You have to do so much without breaks.
I think most people will agree that Summit is the hardest in ARB, just because it's so long and there are so many difficult strats here.
Okay, and I collected the berries on landing there. I was a bit scared, actually. Yeah, as we said, like if I died later on, that would lose way too much time, as going back for those berries is either very slow or pretty much impossible without losing like a minute. Okay, nice.
Yeah, as you can see, Tio is now back in the Forsaken City, as we are going to be going through all of the previous chapters in the game, but with 2 dashes, so we get to revisit all those mechanics in a new way.
Exactly, and you will only keep the 2 dashes for this chapter, by the way. They will not unlock for the previous ones. Which I was kind of sad the first time I played this casually, that is the case.
You can always turn on assist mode.
This is true.
Nice little save. There's the spike hitboxes in this game are actually quite small. They are smaller than the sprite looks, so you can actually stand on the tiny little ledge there to get your dash back if you need to save that.
Yep. And with stream blocks, which I didn't talk about, but we did jump out of them in chapter 2. And now I can jump out of them, and I can do all of my movement tech as well, because I have the second dash that I can then use afterwards to get into the next stream block. Okay.
Yeah, 2 dashes really unlocks the potential of the dream blocks. You can do so much more with them.
Like different speedrun altogether. So I was just curious to hear both of your thoughts on that.
I don't even know how I discovered speedrunning in general, But I basically was more of a Mario 64 viewer and also tried it out. And then some Mario runners played Celeste, and I thought this game looked cool, so I'm gonna try it as well. And now I'm here, like a few years later, and way too many hours into it now. And yeah, Isaac, you can talk about yourself as well. Well, or maybe talk about the strat here first, and then
so,
after that,
I'll get to it in a second. Tio's actually going to go through the floor here. As there's a tiny little gap where you can get into the transition before you. I don't really know exactly how it works, but I think the main hitbox of the Dust Bunny is below the transition, so you can just kind of get through there if you are on the correct pixel. And,
yeah, basically.
We've got another demo there that's set up, and coming up, we actually have 3 more demos in the same room. Yeah, you can kind of just skip that room with a nice setup for some demos.
It's so good. It lines up perfectly to just stay in the same line and alternate.
Buffer everything, and you're good to go.
And yeah, I think now you can.
For me, when I got into speed, it was similar to what Tio said. I didn't really actually intend to speedrun the game seriously, but I kind of just did some casual runs and I got hooked on it. So, and I was also watching some Celeste speedruns on Twitch at the time, and it just looked really fun. So I gave it a try.
Yeah, and the good thing is there's not really like a barrier to entry. You basically just have to be able to complete the game. But there are no like real tricks required to even do the speedrun, because there are some speedruns where there are like huge time saves that you basically that even beginners do, and there are huge reset points, and Celeste doesn't really have that. So it's a pretty good game to get into for everyone, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's very accessible as well, considering it has a speedrun timer in the game. And also, if you play on PC, the practice tools are very easy to download and use.
Yeah, I always was wondering about just the Celeste speedrunning in general, because it's really developed so much ever since the game first came out, and it's so like, I don't know, I love development of speedruns. That's kind of like my thing. I think it's the most fascinating thing to watch. But it's always interesting to hear what got you into it too.
Yeah, this game's come a long way since the early days. When you watch a speedrun from 2018 when the game came out, you still think it looks crazy if you haven't seen a speedrun before, but then when you compare it to now, it's a completely different game.
Absolutely. And I don't want to open this discussion, but there are definitely 2018 TAS level strats that are now viable, and the TAS now is also so developed that that is not an option for runners nowadays.
Oh yeah, TAS strats are not used by humans like at all.
Oh really? Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Didn't know that. That's interesting.
I believe the TAS is currently like 3.5 minutes faster than the any % world record or something.
Something around that. It's mainly the TAS time save is like a lot of frame perfect and sub-pixel precise movement optimizations, and in every room, which adds just up. And doing that for a human is absolutely unreasonable. Okay, but we're now in the temple section, and the first section of Summit was the reflection section, actually. So we are nearly at a new section here. But I still have to get through this long last room with 3 berries. Who even hit those berries here? Someone had to do that, right? Oh,
Someone evil must have put them there.
I don't know. I think strawberries could not be evil. But I guess abandoning them in like places that not everybody can reach them is evil. So I guess you have a point.
Exactly. Anyway, here we have 3K, 3,000 meters, the last stretch of the summit, and the last stretch of the main story here.
But not the last stretch of the one.
True.
Yep. And any percent run would end after this checkpoint, after flag 1, because we now have a countdown here. We have 4 or 5 minutes left after that. Though.
We also have this downwards wind in this section, which is going to allow Theo to do a cool little trick coming up soon.
Oh, I know what trick you're talking about. so look at the spikes. Look at Madeline now at the bottom, and I'm just jumping up them. Which basically is just because the check of the game checks first if Madeline's hitbox is aligned with the spikes, and then the wind pushes you. So you can just jump off them because the hit check is before the wind pushes you into the spikes and on the ground where you can jump off them. Okay, and now we have upwind instead of downwind. So Madeline is slightly more floatier. This makes Madeline's movement a bit harder to optimize because basically everything we do is ground-based. Even though it doesn't seem like that, obviously. But we do need a bit of ground to build up speed. So we need to get back down to the ground fast enough. And because we are floating so much, it's very hard actually to optimize this section. But I think I'm doing a good job to avoid floating too much in the air. We are also skipping some flags because we don't have to collect all of the flags, just the necessary ones. Of course, that is slightly more riskier, but some of them are relatively risk-free, in my opinion. Well, others I just do because I'm used to that now. But now we have another pretty infamous trick, at least for the ARP category.
Yeah, so Theo is going to be doing a demo there, and then nice setup to miss the demo.
Nice setup, yeah.
But yeah, if you get the setup right here, it's pretty difficult. You have to buffer a dash, a down left dash into the spring, and then up right dash and buffer up demo into the feather, and then you can demo through the feather, get through the spinners there.
It's a bit more... Oh god, I did not collect the flag. Okay, it's a bit more reasonable than it seems, but that doesn't mean it's easy. Because it kind of feels random because there are some sections of it that you cannot control. But it's fine, and we're through Summit here after flag 1. And if I didn't drop a berry, we should have 170 berries here. And we do. Let's go.
Let's go.
And finally, for the last chapter, for which we actually collected the 4 hearts in City, Resort, Rich, and the Reflection B-side. About a year later. I think it was not a year, at least here.
Yeah, this is a unique chapter because your dash actually does not refresh on the ground. So it will only refresh if you collect a dash crystal or go through a screen transition. So we have to be a bit more careful with where we use the dashes. And yeah, we'll be showing off all the strats we have. Here we're gonna actually skip a large portion. Usually you would go to the right to change the mode to ice. and then these fireballs will turn into platforms that you can jump on. But with a nice little ultra here, we can get over to the berry and then get back like that.
Am I not nice? I did it twice, so you can finish talking.
That's so kind of you.
That was awesome.
Okay. And a relatively new strat now coming up, the fire skip. We just did ice skip, but now we're skipping another switch here. At least you know what? We're doing it again. For the content. There's a backup, but... Okay. Okay, now you saw the basic trick, so...
Yeah, he just has to get another tight little corner jump off this ice platform there, dash over, and then you can just refresh a dash here and go up to this berry. Usually you can't get this berry if it's in fire mode, but usually you'd have to switch it to fire mode, get to the end of this room, and then go grab that switch you see at the top there and come back, but we skipped that. And that dash crystal is in the worst place, I swear. If they just moved it down a tiny bit.
It just, come on, just like a little. Just itty bitty, like, you know,
Just like a
or
pixel
dash.
or two.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. And we are coming into the final stretch. So if I don't mess up, roughly 2 minutes. And we have 174 74 berries. The time does not end on the last berry collect, but after completing this chapter, basically the reason is basically because it would be anticlimactic. Like, there's no other reason why we do that.
Yeah, if we just collected the last berry and then returned to map and the run is over, it would feel a bit weird, but instead it was decided that the category should end after this chapter, so it allows Tio to show off a very cool new trick right at the end, as he's about to do a nice little wall bounce off this lava, which you can for some reason do to get the last berry there. So we now have all 175 berries.
I just found out that cucumbers are berries. Sorry,
Yeah.
chat's been happy. Yeah, cucumbers are berries.
But strawberries are not berries, right?
Yeah, a cucumber is berry, but a strawberry is not. Oh.
And now Tio's in the
Time-
final section.
Yeah, time ends, by the way, when I grab the last heart.
Yeah, when the
And you will-
text comes up after grabbing the last heart, that is this time.
Yep.
And I will let Tio focus for a second while we get towards this final new strat that was found pretty recently.
Yeah.
It's a
so-
pretty difficult pause buffer strat. I'll just let you see this.
Wait. I messed
Okay, we
up
can retry.
slightly. Yeah.
And there it is. So usually you would have to select the cassette to get
And
across,
time.
but Tio just skipped it.
And
GG.
I'm launching through the final room with all the speed I got.
GG.
Well, GG, that is amazing. I kind of want to see the credits if that's okay. I was gonna say that was wonderful. Thank you for showing that beautiful Celeste run. I am really, really impressed by anyone who can speedrun this video game, because I know like what it takes to do the movement and everything like that. So it's just
I appreciate you doing that. In the meantime, was there anything y'all like to say in terms of shout outs, in terms of the plugs, anything, thank yous like that? Take your time now and just, we'll go with Tio first and then Isaac.
Sure. Yeah, you can find me, by the way, on Tio98 on Twitch. I stream relatively unregularly, but like Isaac as well. But whenever I do, I will stream still All Red Berries because I have not reached my goal yet. And shoutouts, honestly, to you, Isaac, to the whole community, especially also to the ARP play, like the ARP goats, Bye-Bye, Evans Fight, Rionata, Coral Reef, and of course everyone else who has contributed to ARP recently. And so, yeah. Isaac, I'm giving it to you.
Yeah, I think Theo pretty much said all of the shoutouts I would give. I also stream irregularly. You can find me at twitch.tv/IsaacTay with 2 Ys. I also do Red Berry speedruns. So, yeah.
Well, thank you both for being on this mental health stream with Crisis Text Line. For anyone who is interested, what is Crisis Text Line? You could always go into our panel and click on that link. And we also, just to kind of give you some information, Crisis Text Line is a nonprofit organization that provides free 24/7 confidential text-based mental health support and crisis intervention in both English and Spanish for anyone in the United States, including Puerto Rico. So if you use command Crisis Text Line and chat, you can always learn more there. I want to say thank you both for showcasing this beautiful run. And we will be taking a break and we're going to be switching on to our next mental health game called It Takes Two with our runners and commentary. Stay tuned and we'll be back with more. Why, hello everybody. We are back with the mental health stream with Crisis Text Line, and we are going to be showcasing It Takes Two with our runners Glint and Dory, as well as our commentary Damon Weed and Papa Jan. If you all would like to introduce yourselves, we're going to start with Glint, then Dory, then Damon Weed, then Jan.
Yes, all right. Hello, everybody. I am Glint. I'm going to be running May, which is the character on the left-hand side of your screen.
Just had it. Okay, I'm Dory. Hi. I'm going to be playing Cody on the right-hand side of your screen.
Damon, it's your turn.
Uh-oh.
Damon?
no.
Maybe Jan? Damon? Jan?
Damon.
Oh, there we go.
And I'll be one of your commentators.
Oh, boy.
And last but not least, I'm Papa Jan. I traditionally play Cody in this game. Well, basically only ever played Cody in this game. And yeah, I'll be commentating and try to focus some on the Cody side of things.
All right. If everybody is ready, I think we're good to go. So we'll give you a countdown. We'll be starting in a wake-up call. So in 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go. I'm excited. This is a really great speed run. Honestly, Celeste and this one is a great speed run. Just the movement is just so good.
It is. I was watching a bit of the Celeste run before this, and the game is very, very neat. It hurts my hands when I watch the game sometimes.
Fun fact, I'm actually like 50 kilometers away right now, IRL, from the mountain that inspired the one in Celeste. Coming to you live from Vancouver Island, beautiful BC.
No way. I want to see this. Can you, I don't know how to say said pics, but I need to see this. That's the best way I'm going to say that right now.
Send Mountain
please.
I wonder where that annoying bug even came from.
All right, so the run started off with like the one glitch we really do in the run. You might have noticed that we like duplicated a fuse and put it into 2 slots rather than just using 1 fuse for 1. Wow, that is a strange angle I've never gotten before. But now it just turns into a really cool 3D platformer with a bunch of cool movement tech. I'll kind of like give it over to the commentators to talk about the game's general movement. Okay, you're gonna RCP this one here.
Okay, we're still good. Under 38.
RCPs are really nice though, as we just saw it there, because you see in some cases in this game, it's got a lot of different mechanics that you can do in a lot of great areas where you either have to utilize teamwork to get through areas, or sometimes it almost feels like a race against your partner, because if somebody gets to a spot first, you can go into the menu and reset from checkpoint, because you'll gather checkpoints throughout the game, and you'll see Dr. Hakim, the little book of love checkpoint, show up in the bottom right side of your screen. Or is it bottom right or is it bottom left? I always forget.
Bottom right.
Bottom right. And once you've gotten that, you know that typically you can reset from a checkpoint and it'll catch the game up to a certain point and spawn both characters in their desired spot. So there, Glint had fallen a couple of times, slipped on a few of the angles, but Dory was able to go super quick and get them both caught up. But now, obviously here with our boss, got to work together, got to take on the vacuum boss, because we're starting out in the shed. We've turned into dolls. We don't want to be dolls anymore, so we got to get out of the shed, but a couple of interesting critters are on our way of getting out of here.
Look away.
Yeah, look away. This is he's fine. Okay.
Eyeballs.
He's fine.
Yummy. I mean, he has 4 more in his arms, right? Like, I think he can still see. It's good.
Yeah, I'm sure they're fine.
An interesting thing that they showed there for a second was called an FPS trick as well too, because sometimes in this game you'll see Glint right now changing the FPS back to 120. Typically the game is run at 120 FPS, but there's times where switching to a lower FPS is actually more advantageous because it allows different aspects of the game to happen or interactions to go off quicker. Like for example, in the boss fight, if we have the lower FPS, his arms will raise up to the eyeballs a little bit faster. So it saves a little bit of time. And Glint is absolutely crack nasty with it. That was quick.
I bonked a wall, but other than that, it was very nice. AJ Dory.
Okay.
Dory's insane.
Damon, what the heck is going on here? Why are we shooting at nothing through a wall? And now there's an explosion.
Some may not know, or some may know, this boss can just be destroyed as quickly as getting to the end and looking through the wall, because luckily the developers love to keep things out of bounds for us speedrunners to use.
Not land on the thing.
Good old hitbox spawned in early. Good recovery, Glint. Come on.
Okay,
Grab
but
There's no better
I gotta get on the railing.
level to showcase.
Okay.
I got it.
I think I might
He's
have
up
missed
there.
now.
That's worked.
Okay, no, I think I'm good.
I
We're
believe.
good.
Dude,
You're good,
You scared me by
okay.
getting to the last moment there. That was kind of... Okay, we're good. We are good.
Let's go. We're out.
Oh,
What were you going to say, Damon? Sorry?
I was going to say, there's no better level to showcase how quickly a level can go from the start to the end than Wired Up, where we literally take the level and do it in reverse to get that checkpoint, to finish it even that much faster. But onto such a beautiful level, the tree chapter, starting out in Fresh Air, where both players are just making their way up with all the movement. Could you tell us a little bit about the movement that we're seeing here, Jan?
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. He's going for
Almost
the
got it.
window. Oh my god.
One more time.
Okay. Come on. Can you get the oyster? Come on, give it to me. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Okay. So typically in this chapter, you would slowly work your way around the tree and end up at the top. But again, as Damon just alluded to, sometimes we like to make levels a lot shorter or do them in reverse. And in that case, we're able to utilize the geometry of some parts of the tree to be able to slide and get a whole bunch of speed, jump off, and get to earlier platforms. And I just called it an oyster. Shout out to Who Is Hyper, who, for whatever reason, just decided to coin that term way back when it was first found because he was so flabbergasted he had no idea what to call it. So essentially, if you go into a slide in this game, we'll see it right here. You can see the players are sliding and they're jumping out of their slides. If you slide down an angle, you can generate a whole bunch of momentum in like a split second. And if you jump out of that momentum from sliding down an angled slope, you can get absolutely launched in this game. And so we can use it to get access to a whole lot of areas that we wouldn't normally get access to right off of the bat. And there we'll see it again as they were able to utilize a little bit of a slope on a board to get across, and now up and out of bounds we go. It's going to look a little bit darker for you folks watching the stream, but for the runners, typically they'll have their gamma up a little bit for running sections like this, just so that it's not as painstaking to be able to get through. And there we go. We found Tug of War, which is our first mini game warp. Because in this game, again, the mini games all loaded in, and if you can collect them in the game, there's a menu where you can teleport to mini games that you found in the world, so you can go back and play them if you want to go back and play them after you've completed more of the story. And similar to a reset from Checkpoint, if you teleport to a mini game, it's going to reset a whole bunch of the world and get you to a certain spot. So we get the minigame warp to Tug of War as opposed to having to go through a whole bunch of area in bounds. And now the runners are going to split off a little bit. May is going to be going to find a checkpoint near a wasp door, while Cody is gone out of bounds across the tree bridge and is going to be going for the wall clip here. Let's see if they get it first try. This could be insane if they get it first try. Jumps off the rail, goes towards the wall. Oh yeah, Dory.
Oh, wait. I might not have enough speed. Okay, no, I'm good.
Oh, you're
good. Jesus Christ.
Oh no, did you go early?
No, it's good. It's good.
No, we're good. We got it. That was like the tightest I've ever seen that. Okay, no RCP.
I didn't change my yes. I'm going RCP. I'm sorry.
Okay. I thought you went earlier. This gave me a heart attack.
Oh, I went early with RCP. We need to skip the cutscene again. Okay, Glenn. Oh, we need to. Oh no, we
Wait, did you?
No.
This is fine. This is fine.
Yeah, we're all fans of Electronic Arts here, okay?
We are.
For those of you at home watching, in this game, just because we're online doesn't mean we're safe when it comes with EA. One small step in the wrong direction, like RCPing too soon, just steering a load could cause catastrophic things. But luckily we can just start a lobby and we're right back in.
Yeah,
my is your FPS 120? Are we good? Okay. Oh no, I bumped.
Back in the action.
I'm stuck.
Back to what we're seeing on the screen in front of us here. Tell us about this spot, Damon. Where are we going? What are we doing?
Again, one of the lovely things about any percent in this game is sometimes we're splitting up and sometimes we're just trying to break the levels as quickly as possible together. And in this instance, we see it again. Climbing out into a noob, into the darkness to reach parts of the level that we wouldn't have reached otherwise for minutes. So just an amazing skip done very well by the runners. Good job.
And this is where we finally get to exhale. We've gotten through those first few chapters of Tree. We got through Shed. It's definitely one of the most jam-packed technical aspects of the run is this first like 10 or so minutes. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
oh, 7 minutes. This is a new record, I think.
Yeah, Electronic Arts is not liking us today.
And I think it's also the ping gap between Glint and I that's making some stuff funny. Because usually I don't get that with
the thing that causes the most disconnects in the game is usually desyncs of some kind. So depending on the player ping between the two players, your muscle memory will have to change to a custom to like. What is the word I'm looking for?
Accommodate.
To adapt to the thing. Yeah, there you go. Accommodate. There you go. yeah, exactly. Accommodate for the ping change. So I know Dory most of the time will play with people from the EU. And as a result, the large NA to EU ping gap is definitely probably causing some muscle memory
That one was definitely on me. I recognized that I RCP'd early and I was like, are we in an infinite loop? We probably are. That's fine though.
Yeah. I think I saw the save on my end, but it might have just been a little bit too early.
I'm totally fine.
Because is
all right? It's like the commentator said. Oh, no, I was gonna say, like the commentator said, this is definitely the first little break in the run. The run is jam packed for the first 7 to 9 minutes. It's literally just gameplay, and then now we just get to hang out on the boat a little bit. There's not much going on here. I gotta break a couple larvae on the way over to these doors, and there's like small things we can do to optimize to save time, but other than that, it's very much just chill on the boat and kind of progress as quickly as you can.
So tell us a little bit about why you guys got into running It Takes Two in the first place.
Yeah. I was gonna say, we could learn about what got you into speedrunning It Takes Two, and then afterwards, I'm always happy to help with information about Chris's text lines or, any of the upcoming events for GDQ that's going to happen. But let's go with the history. I want to know. Inquiring minds must know, how did you both get into speedrunning, and how did you get into speedrunning It Takes Two?
Yeah, in terms of speedrunning, I've been around the scene for forever. I've been watching runs since like 2013, and then I started doing runs of my own in like 2015. Took a break a little bit, came back, ran Sheepo for a bit, which is actually where I met Cutie Roo. In terms of It Takes Two, I started running the game because one of our commentators, Papillon, and I actually live relatively close to each other locally, and we're good friends in person. And we've always talked about wanting to find a game that we could speedrun together. And this game happened to come out. We played it casually, absolutely loved it, and joined the speedrunning community and decided to learn the run. And that's basically that. I'm not too sure about Dory, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been around for not as long as Glint. I think it was like 2016, where I saw like a Kingdom Hearts 2 GDQ run by Bloody Biscuit. I shouted to that run because that run inspired me to start speedrunning. I, like, from then on, kind of just I didn't find my game, really. I tried, like, a little bit of Kingdom Hearts, but that game was, like, a little long. Then I got into the fabled Jesus Christ RPG, where I still hold the world record. And then I got to It Takes Two, and I was like, yeah, this is my game, because I've clocked in, like, 1.4k hours over, like, the 2 years it's been out, so that's, like, pretty nice. And yeah, I don't know, I like 3D platformers, I like movement, I like schmovement, as Jan might claim it sometimes. That's about it for me. Yeah,
I love to move around. You know, It Takes Two it's a great run, especially if a lot of the time I find speedrunning can be pretty daunting as like an activity that you have to do on your own, and it might just be like a lot mentally to like think about learning all this stuff, but having someone to do it alongside with, and especially when it's a cooperative game, can be really, really fun and rewarding. And I think co-op games are definitely a route into speedrunning not many people might think about, but okay, yeah, we are also going to disconnect here.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
At least this one is a known one.
That is
that's fair.
Yeah, this one is a very, very known disconnect. So I will say this is very uncommon. All the disconnects that happened prior to this one almost never ever happen.
Well, to me they do.
We just are gonna. Yeah.
To be fair, when I'm playing with NA people, stuff goes off the rails sometimes, but it's fine. Again, it's like 20 seconds to reconnect. Not that big a deal. All right.
Exactly. All right. In this section, it's pretty cool. We're doing, again, a lot of skipping. We kind of didn't really talk about why the structure of the game allows us to skip it in the way that it does. This game works on a checkpoint system, which we talked about how we can go ahead in a lot of chapters, get a checkpoint that's further in a level, and then restart from checkpoint and capture that one. However, in the game, a lot of the time, in certain sections, or levels, I guess you could call them, so like we're in Tree right now, checkpoints are locked behind themselves sequentially, so you can't get a further checkpoint in the game before getting the ones that are before it. And that's where the minigame warps come in handy, the ones that we did a little early, because those kind of catch up all the checkpoints and allow us to do the skips, which is very neat. But yeah, now we get to sit on a catfish for 2 minutes and do nothing. So, as you said, Rue, if you have anything to talk about, now would be a perfect time to talk about them.
I do. I actually have quite a few things about Crisis Text Line. For those that are seeking free 24/7 confidential mental health support through Crisis Text Line, we all can connect via text, web chat, and WhatsApp in English and in Spanish. To reach a live, trained, non-judgmental volunteer crisis counselor, text HELLO, HELLO, all capitalized, or 443-support. In WhatsApp, or text HOLA to 741-741 or 442-AYUDAME in WhatsApp for Spanish, or connect with them via web chat. And also, to keep our service free, high quality, and accessible, Crisis Text Line relies on financial support. So if you're able to, you can support them at crisistextline.org and you can donate. Also, for anyone that is interested in just learning more, we do have our Twitch panel up that you can click on to find out all the information about Crisis Text Line. They're a wonderful group. They help with a lot of mental health and bringing your mental health to be in a good and healthy spot.
All right. Nice little death warp to speed up this little section at the end here. And now we're going to be doing our speed to land on the ground faster. We're going to try and do this cool. I don't know if you're going to go for it, Dory, but let's go.
I didn't frog jump. I kind of forgot. I disappointed some people there.
My angle is terrible.
Hey, we're about even.
Keeping the momentum going.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
And into the fireflies. Well done, well done. Normally we'd have to run all the way around the right-hand side and go across the little bridge, but we can catch the early spawn of the fireflies. It's okay. Dory will hit a death checkpoint and spawn back up there. There he goes.
Where are we going?
All right. Very nice. Again, another little bit of an AFK section. This is nice to have all these breaks after doing the beginning of the run, since it can, again, be very draining. Lots of speed tech going on, so...
Yeah, now we get to keep on fighting against these wasps. Because up to this point, obviously, as far as the lore goes, we've turned into dolls, and we don't want to be dolls anymore. So we started off in the shed, we escaped the shed, now we're in the tree, and for some of the cutscenes and whatnot that we've missed to provide context, we're now trying to infiltrate the tree on behalf of the squirrels, because the squirrels used to live in the tree, but it's now been taken over by the wasps, and so the squirrels had actually sent an operative into the tree to try and get rid of the wasps, infiltrate them, and have them be gone. But now it's up to us to try and clear them out and get the tree back for the squirrels. Because the tree stands between us and trying to get back into the house to get back to our daughter Rose and see if we can't figure out what the heck's going on and why we're dolls.
That's true. Why are we dolls? Also, 360. All right, no, I died.
Okay, so I was gonna.
Wait, they died?
Oh.
That's crazy. I didn't have to do that.
They just disappeared.
It's okay. You didn't see it. What was there?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I did not fall off that platform just now. Impossible.
I was thinking in my head that if we were dolls, what would you look like as a doll? Would you want to look different? Would you want to look the same? I'm just curious. I know
I'd be a Lego figure, 100%.
Oh, I would love to be a Lego figure. Okay, I'm gonna join you on that one. I do like Lego. Okay, I want to be a Lego figure.
I'm gonna be like a Polly Pocket Play little guy. I don't know if you know the Polly Pockets. Those are kind of goated, man.
Let's go.
Oh, you're speaking my language. I love Polly Pockets.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, I love that so much.
I feel like I'd like to be a doll of a more textile variety, kind of similar to what these guys are in this game, but I feel like mine would just have an absolutely massive beard on it, which is similar to real life, but maybe even further along than it's already at. Be like the one defining figure of the doll. And it would just have some really, really, really loud voice lines. Like you'd press a button on the back of this thing and it would just start yelling.
I don't know.
Damon. I hope you're going to be a koala.
You know, that's a pretty known thing since I've been having a Discord picture forever. But I can only think, in real life, I'm tall and skinny. And I feel like I've never seen an ITT just something I feel like that would represent me. And so just imagining myself in the game doing some of the things that these characters do would just have me laughing for hours. So I couldn't imagine just seeing myself in these same character forms.
Yeah.
You don't want to be Moon Baboon?
I love Moon Baboon.
It's Rose's best friend.
Actually, Cutie's her best friend.
It's Cutie.
I'll have you know.
That's up for a matter of debate.
Well, you know.
All right, welcome to the Wasp Queen fight. So if you want a detailed rundown of how this works, because there's a lot of technicalities that go to it, Clint was actually kind enough to make a 25-minute YouTube mini documentary on how this works.
Yeah. If you ever want to learn how to do this in under 3 minutes, then I got you.
But the TLDR...
YouTube documentary? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say the TLDR for this section is... This is the Wasp Queen. Obviously, it's a giant mech that we have to destroy. And then the Wasps have found ways to shapeshift together into different things like scissors and planes to bomb us. But we have to slowly work through the armor of the Wasp Queen. And we've already done a pretty good job of that. But typically, you would have in a casual playthrough like, oh no, there's bees all over the place. If we touch them, we take damage. Another thing that speedrunners don't like to do is play the game. So they'll actively look for things like safe spots like this, where you can just stand on the corner of the arch and the bees travel right below you harmlessly.
What do you mean? I'm not sending in a safe spot.
Yeah.
No, what are you talking about?
Yeah, high quality gameplay.
Oh, real.
But yes, the two powers that these characters have throughout this chapter of or this entire section of the game in Tree, May's got the matchstick gun and Cody has the sap gun. And so if Cody uses the sap gun and goops up something and May shoots it with a matchstick, it'll cause it to explode. So we can use this to do damage to the Wasp Queen, which has 4 separate pools of health. She has a piece of armor on the front and back of the abdomen thorax area, or for the abdomen area, and then on her thorax, one on the front and back as well, so like her chest area. I think I got those right. My girlfriend's an entomologist, and if I screwed that up, she's going to get real mad at me. But if we can take out those 4 pieces of armor, then all that'll be left is the chain that holds the mech up. And there's ways that we can do it to make it a lot faster, where you can damage parts of one piece of armor before you fully destroy another. And so then it saves a lot of time, because you can cause the sap to chain to one another. So when one piece blows up, it'll blow up the next one, the next one, the next one, like a little chain. So if you can get a whole bunch on the back side and then go around to the front side, or vice versa, you can get it to blow up and damage both sides, which the runners executed wonderfully here. Now we just got to dodge the swords and blow up the chain. There's a really quick destruction of the shield early on, and then all they got to do is watch out for the swords, and bada bing, bada boom, there goes the Wasp Queen.
I hope you like planes.
I love planes. Why's that?
I forgot there's another cutscene.
So wait. So planes? Like the planes like you
planes.
fly in, or the planes that are like on the level?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, a little bit of both. Honestly,
I never thought about it that way. Really.
So normally in this level, you're supposed to like fly through the tree, but it's like Jan said a second earlier, we don't like playing the game, so we're just gonna go out of bounds and fly at a checkpoint for like 3 minutes straight in a straight line. So we just kind of mash the button.
Well, you don't mash anything
consecutively over and over and over. Yeah, no, that's true.
Just relax.
I can actually stand up and stretch a little bit. I'm gonna do that right now. Actually,
this is funny because whenever
it's good to
I'm
get your
doing
stretch
this
in.
and I'm the one that's flying the plane, like steering it with Cody, Glint always tells me not to mash. It's like, you could rest your hand, Jan.
Yeah, it's true. You don't need a mash. You just need to push the button a little bit. Yeah, see, there's both planes.
Yeah, there's a plane over there and we're in a plane. Holy moly! Actually,
Or a plane looking at a plane outside of a plane.
Wow, we're doing planeception now, are we?
Okay, yeah.
Ooh, I like where we're going with this.
Yeah, so this is the tree. By the way, this is what trees look like, if you didn't know. That's the tree over there, too, and this big cube.
Listen, they needed the safe on performance, okay?
Very cool.
These are the forests that they're destroying in
true.
the Amazon. This is what they don't want you to see.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, yeah, but basically the premise of this level is normally you would fly through the tree and fight like a bunch of the squirrels, because the squirrels are actually mad at us now because like we sided with the bee, because the bee is actually, or the wasps are actually led by a queen bee that disguised herself as a wasp. It's complicated, but now the squirrels are mad at us, so they chase us through this entire tree, and normally we have to go all the way through here, but instead we clip out of bounds like right at the start, and then we fly towards a checkpoint that's like right around here, and then we fly to the end of the level. Actually, Dory, do you know how to do the funny here?
No, what direction do I hold?
We should. I don't think you have to hold a direction at all. Do you know, Damon? Jan?
So what they're referring to is the ability to not just break a level, but to break a cutscene. And if flown at the right angle when you hit this final checkpoint to end the level, you can coincidentally decide to go mess around in the cutscene. So if you want to go do funny stuff, you know, that's what they're going to attempt. The angle is not known to me.
Yeah.
It was shown off 2 years ago in a GDQ, and I haven't seen it since. But I'll tell you this, folks, you guys can do it here. For the folks.
I think it's literally just fly straight, Dory, and I think we'll be fine.
I think you'll be able
Shoot
to
your gun and at least get the bullets in the cutscene, right? Like, do justice.
I mean, hey, that'll be a decent way to try and judge the trajectory. The other thing to note about is like somebody quick message bites. Somebody get hold of bites.
Yeah.
What angle do we hold for the plane?
10 bites on the phone. No.
Give us the angle.
I believe it's just straight.
If anything.
But it's very funny because it breaks the cutscene in a pretty hilarious way. Because a lot of the cutscene isn't loaded in properly. And we also still have control in the cutscene.
Yeah.
All right.
You're
So
going
I
to
guess
go for it?
fly down a
Yeah.
little.
Oh,
Wait, no.
Bites is responding. Bites is responding. Okay.
Oh, where
It's
am
too
I?
late.
Up,
A
up,
stream
go up.
delay.
Oh,
There it is.
well, let's go.
This is my favorite rendition of
I
King
love
Kong.
that.
So true.
Deleted scenes.
A good one.
All right. And now we are in Rose's room.
That's it.
Oh, I didn't get the slide.
You're slow.
Yeah.
Shaking my head.
Don't tell me. No, I'm super fast. Look at this. Okay, you can't talk. I'm going to pass you.
I went.
Okay.
Rose calls it mommy space.
Alrighty, what are we doing in Rose's room, guys?
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, give us some lore. Why are we here?
Cody, let's not discuss that again.
Yeah, me
Well,
neither.
after escaping
Is
Johnny,
it because are we going on a plane? Different planes?
I
We're different place. We're going to
we're going
space
on the
now.
We're going to
are.
space now?
Also,
Go to the astral plane
yeah,
now.
if you yeah, I'm gonna say we're about to go to the astral plane. I will have you maybe not right at the start, but pay close attention to Cody's half of the screen for this particular level.
Let's find a way out.
There is a very cool skip that was found by a member of our community called Lamura. That skips like an insane portion of this level. So normally this level has like 6 portals that you have to go through and then complete a bunch of puzzles to then unlock the boss fight. However, it was found that we could skip that in a couple different ways, but we still have to do the boss fight. But then we found out that the boss fight is actually spawned in this level. It's just floating out in space. So you might notice that Cody is actually in his small form into the gravity field, and now he just yeeted himself out into space. He's out there somewhere, flying. And we're gonna look for these lights, ground pound, land in what is the UFO,
no,
die,
that's like really bad.
not get the
No,
checkpoint.
we're not getting a checkpoint. That's part of the setup.
That's fine. Exactly. It's RNG manipulation. We're just
Gotta
gonna do it again.
twice.
This is a joke. I did just miss it, but it's fine.
Yes. No, it's relatively precise. It definitely takes a bit of getting used to get used to the spot, but
I'll just like slow fall.
some practice, not too bad.
That should be good, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes, we get a save, and then that save puts us like right at the end of this boss fight, which is super cool. It skips an insane amount of the level, which is very awesome.
It's like
R.I.P.
3 minutes.
UFO
Right?
skip.
Yeah, I'm gonna RCP here just to make sure we don't disconnect, because this is also a known disconnect section.
There used to be a really cool off-camera blind trick that you would
fine,
do
we can
as
look.
Cody inside the UFO, where you would have to just kind of memorize the movements and have a feel for where it would be so that you could skip to that last kind of wall jump section that we saw Cody spawn in front of. And I mean, I don't totally miss it because it was very difficult, but also it was very cool. So
Yeah, if you want to see it,
check out the inbounds.
inbounds. Yeah, inbounds still does it. It is a very, very cool route.
yeah, there's 3 major categories for this game. Damon, if you want to talk a little bit about them, because you've run all of them.
Indeed. 3 major categories, 100%, inbounds, and any percent, all drastically different with different routes involving more of these wonderful things that we're seeing here, breaking levels, RCPing, and speedrunning through the game cooperatively. So if you're ever looking for even more fun, inbounds adds 30 minutes to the run from any percent, finishing at around an hour 24 minutes, and 100% finishes a whopping 50 minutes slower than the any percent route. So you get so much more wonderful gameplay.
Okay.
Where areas like Space Out have completely different aspects to the runners. So if you're ever interested in seeing more, definitely check out those other main categories. As the runners
Down the
enter
road
hopscotch, we have another of these split paths where runners are relying on each other to be able to make it to the end.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's what's so fun
What a
about
save.
co-op. I love how co-op can do that, and you can just like utilize that so much.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, so when it comes to like the different categories with the It Takes Two, it sounds like there's a huge time difference. Is the tech the same, or like I know you can't do the glitches, but I was just wondering if the movement tech is the same.
Oh, absolutely, and some. Since you get more aspects of the game, as we've noticed, you get different powers and you get different situations with just areas that you can do things a little differently depending on what your teammates' strengths are. And the other categories, we get a lot more of those areas. So a lot more diversity in players' interactions and runs and how they want to go about playing the game together. And a lot more of that casual experience where you kind of came from playing it from your first time's experience and you look at a category like Inbounds and you relate to it a lot. But you still see that greatness of how amazing the movement is in this game.
Just to quickly mention, if anybody has any light sensitivities or epilepsy, maybe look away for the next couple of minutes here for this chapter, because it can be a little bit wonky and has a couple of sections of flashing colors and whatnot. So
yeah, it's quite minimal, but it is a good thing to keep in mind just in case. It is also just very disorienting if you're not completely used to it.
I remember the first time I played through this entire chapter casually, I got motion sick.
Yeah, thankfully with the speedrun route, we actually avoid a lot of the stuff that's like, pretty bad. But it's still definitely like all of this like weird kaleidoscope stuff. Oh, T-pose?
No,
I didn't get the T-pose, but we got the weird camera. Yeah, a perfect example of what Damon was talking about a second ago was the fidget spinners. You might have noticed that we literally got the fidget spinners and just went out of bounds and went to the elevator, which to some of you might seem a little unfortunate because the fidget spinners are very, very cool and you use them in the casual playthrough and you really like them. However, in Inbounds, they actually have to use them because they can't go out of bounds. And the route that they use is very, very cool. So if you're looking to see what that looks like, I would definitely recommend checking out the Inbounds route.
Yeah, the fidget spinners, you can like grab onto them, and then as soon as you land on a bouncy surface, which is one of the main pieces of that next section that we skipped, if you try and jump onto the fidget spinner after falling through the air for a while, it just launches you forward, and you can chain some crazy amounts of speed through there. Now we get to the shortest sub-chapter in the entire game, Welcome to Train Station, where the gimmick is you have to go around and grab these little Playmobil-looking dolls, and you have to fit them into the slots in order to get them to activate and power the gate to get out. But as we can see there, Dora was able to grab onto one of them and look at one of the slots, jump, look at the other, place it down, and it thinks that you've put a doll in both slots. So they kiss a ghost version of themselves and cause the power to lift up the gate, and we're out. Like what's the calm gold for that? Like 24 seconds right now or something stupid.
Oh,
it is
my
very
recipe.
fast.
I just had a brain blast. I think
it's for good luck. It's for good luck.
So
Good luck.
true.
Good luck.
I'll go for the cool. I missed the cool.
I believe. That's okay.
Oh, telephone.
Okay. So yeah, in this section, I'll be kind of just guiding Dory around, moving the platforms for them. There's going to be a cool trick that we'll try to go for here, where I'll try to clip Dory through a block. I don't usually play the green dinosaur, so it might not go super well, but I will go for it.
Nice.
Let's go.
It saves like 2 seconds. Holy moly.
Yeah, insane. Normally I'd have to like re-raise the block just to make sure that there is an area for them to death warp back up top. But I did not have to worry about that. I'm also going to make Papillon proud. As a person that normally doesn't play the green dinosaur, I'm not good at the movement here, so I'm going to do boomer strats and go up the blocks like this.
My heart.
And go that way.
I still remember myself and Glint used to run the game together a long time ago for like all the time. And then I got super busy with school and Glint ended up running it with some other folks. And the levels progressed, the game progressed so much. And that strategy to get up to that final lever changed probably, 4 times or something like that. And then we finally said, you know what, let's run the game together again one day. And I pulled out that routing and it was like, Jan, When's the last time you ran this game?
Yeah, no, that route is like ancient. It is also very easy, which is nice, but yeah, it is very uncommon to see. It like literally flabbergasted me when I saw Jan do it for the first time. We had like, he had taken like a multiple month-long break. And he's like, "Oh yeah, I don't know how to do the new strat." And I'm like, "That's not the new strat. That's the old strat. We've been doing it for like 8 months at this point."
That's a really cool thing though about this game is that there are so many portions of this game that have multiple different strategies because of how much the run has changed or developed over the time, that for everybody's level of skill in speedrunning, this run is actually pretty accessible for having alternate strategies around really difficult tricks. And then as you get better at them and you get better at doing the movement tech in the game, whether you're a mouse and keyboard player or you're a controller player, then you can start to add in some of the more difficult strategies and routes that are a little less forgiving. But it's been really cool, especially as my first ever speed game, to be able to see things develop and get more difficult as time goes on. Or, well, easier as you do the more difficult things, but get better at it.
Yeah.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
It is a very skill oppressive game, which is very exciting. I know that besides Jan, I think all of us have over 1,000 hours in this game of the people in call. I know Damon's like near 3,000 hours, or if not over that.
Got the 4K.
I'm near 2,000. 4K.
How?
Yeah.
There's not even that many hours in the years since the game came out. I don't get it. This guy's an actual fiend. Yeah, I have like the least hours apart from y'all.
Lots of
here. I have like 1.4K.
Yeah. Yeah, not too far behind me. We do a lot of halving here. You half Damon's hours, you get my hours. You half my hours, you get Dory's hours.
You quarter Dory's hours, you get
Dory's
my hours.
Yeah. Okay. This boss fight is a little finicky.
What do you mean? It's free.
It requires you to remember your evens and odds.
Like count.
Damon, would you like to explain what we're aiming for here with this boss? How we get the 2 cycle?
Absolutely. As you had just heard our amazing commentator Jan name it the 2 cycle. We're looking to provide enough damage here in this first phase.
I think we got it.
And one missed shot can be the difference. So as you heard Glint saying, even and odds,
Yeah,
we're
that's
looking
gonna be
for a certain number of shots, and with the runners having a visual cue after finishing that, they check it and it seems good. But we'll see here at the end, because if they miss it, they'll miss it by 1 sliver of HP, an unbelievable amount. You'll swear it'll die, but hopefully here we'll see a clean 2 cycle.
Shoutouts to Lamura for digging into the data in the game and being able to come up with the damage numbers as part of this octopus fight. And like, it's essentially what each cannonball does 8 damage. And so if you end up getting off cycle from each other, you're either in evens or odds. And if you're on odds, you'll end up with that 1 HP left at the end.
Oh my goodness. I thought you got it. That's fine.
Do a flip. You're good. Style points.
Really?
Come on, baby.
I
can feel it. Yeah.
Nice.
Very good.
Well done.
Yeah, basically, the boss works in a way that they try to submerge at certain damage numbers, and if you ever miss a shot or become out of sync with your partner, you'll fall off of that cycle and then not be able to get the 1 extra point of damage you need earlier in the fight, and you'll be stuck at 1 HP in it, which loses like 20 seconds or something. It's quite a bit of time, because you do an entire other additional cycle.
Now we go into our next subchapter, which in the immortal words of Hugh Jackman, this is the greatest show!
It is. Also, my mouse camera sensitivity was like negative there.
And thank you for that. I love. Big fan of Hugh Jackman, a big fan of The Greatest Showman. Yep.
You're welcome. But yeah, so this is the greatest show. It's all very big top themed, and the first thing the runners did was typically what you would do in this level is you would have to help this little marble.
Whee!
Oh my god! Oh! I don't know if I've ever seen that before. What the heck?
Tugi or me for finding it? I don't know who found it.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah,
I think Tugi found it.
I was playing with Tugi when it was fun, but I don't remember who actually went to stand there. Oh no! Why are you floating? At least that light's screwed.
Oh, you don't. I'm very normal on my
It'll be
screen. No,
fine, it'll
it's
be
fine.
fine.
Am I doing?
Definitely.
Really fine.
What I was saying before
Yeah,
I got
hold it
absolutely
together.
flabbergasted was the usually it's a game of escort the marble, and in that first section they're able to again go for a checkpoint by going around the outside of the door. So instead of using the marble to open it, they can go around the door. Now they get to this section. Cody's gonna go and set his death spawn checkpoint over at the other side, come back and grab the marble, go and do a death warp, and because he's got the marble and he's got the death checkpoint over here, he respawns with the marble on the other side, saving a whole bunch of time from having to then go back across. And we do it with Cody as opposed to May, because in this game, a lot of the animations for the characters have different speeds. Like Cody's for picking up stuff will sometimes be a little bit faster, or sometimes his flips and things will be a little bit different. So different characters with the way their rigs were built were better at doing different things. So that's why Cody does the fuse launch at the beginning and the marble grab there.
Yeah. I also realized I don't have my controller plugged in, so dungeon crawler is going to be a little bit interesting. But
Oh no.
also, that was dungeon crawler movement. But here we are.
I got stuck on there.
This section of the game is very cool, casually, because there's like a lot to explore. In this particular section, we literally just go to the end of it. If you're playing in this section casually, there's a bunch of mini games and fun interactables, like these Jenga towers that explode when you're the client. But yeah, we just spin the bowling ball around.
Hey, Cody, you up for a little bowling?
And we got to knock on the door a couple times. You can see the queen is up there. That's the elephant. We love
Yeah,
the
we're gonna
elephant.
go pay her a visit to have a tea party, right?
Yes,
I have
exactly.
the Her Royal Majesty T-shirt from
The merch.
Yeah, I have the actual plushie.
Oh, do you? Let's go.
Yeah. There's like 10
That's
people in the
great.
server that have that plushie. I was like posting about it when it first came out. Died behind.
All right.
And here is Dungeon Crawler, where we see one of the aspects
Yeah.
of the game that just make it so unique. How many different types of game styles
Yeah, Death
they've
Warp, thank you.
replicated.
Did we get
Yeah,
the, we got
but
the save,
it's
right?
RTA.
No, it's fine. It's faster, or definitely RTA to
okay.
do that than me having to mash
Yeah,
E.
maybe. It was,
But as a
reflex.
common thread, the runners breaking the level as soon as possible, no matter the style of game the devs wanted us to play. As we progress to the inn, traversing through the darkness, through parts of the terrain to reach the very end.
Oh yeah, we didn't practice the last bit of the troll fight. I believe
you
in
want
you.
me
Though.
to
You
go
got
for it?
that.
Yeah,
I'll be
sure.
fine. Ah,
There's
yeah,
a
we
new
got it.
strat for troll fight.
You have not been around.
There is.
Dude.
I really haven't.
Yeah, remember how we said that Papa Jan leaves for months at a time sometimes? Yeah,
It's a new run every time I come
it'll
back.
become apparent.
Wants to crash us?
Yeah, we've made it to the end of Dungeon Crawler, where now it's time to escape the clutches of the terrifying Jack-in-the-Box doll. Comes out of the oven, has a rolling pin, and is trying to chase us down, but with the way we've gone here, we can utilize our powers. So May's got the glaive, the spear, as well as her fire abilities, and then Cody is the wizard who can use his ice shots. We break all these pieces at the end, and it'll cause her to speed up a little bit, and then, surprise! Deep-fried Jack-in-the-Box doll. As we now make our way from there onto the next section, where we're going to be going up against the invincible troll, which is a little bit of pathing, a little bit of movement. He's always going to try and aggro on to each person first, but again, I'm just going to shut up because this is completely different than what I'm used to.
Yeah.
They're actually attacking this guy now.
And I'll go ahead and tell a little bit while the runners are trying
Yeah,
to
go for it,
execute
dude.
this. What's amazing about what this new discovery is the troll just wants to charge. And one amazing thing we can do to just make him charge that little bit more is to get right up in his face. And so right as his animation starts and you're in his
Let's go. You're crazy.
face, as you
my
saw with Cody,
goodness.
you're able to dash and totally skip waiting for him to charge, causing him to go
so
immediately.
fast.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it accidentally happened to me in a run, and then we sat there for like a couple hours trying to figuring out what caused it to happen, and then yeah, it ended up saving a decent amount of time there.
Because you're essentially canceling his part of his stun animation, and then his like hone on to the player, then start like rubbing his feet like the bull on the ground, and then charging.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. We don't the stun animation is the same length, but the charge animation, like the setup for it, is what gets slowed down or sped up. Sorry. Also, this
That was
chest fight is very
excellent.
good. This chest fight's completely RNG. One of the few really RNG parts of the run, but we got really good RNG there. All right, so a good elephant. I love this
Elephant's
elephant.
my best friend.
I swear.
If you're sensitive for cute things in pain, I would suggest maybe looking away for like the next 2 minutes.
I wonder if we have any chatters from our community with our coffee pasta.
I want. Oh, is
You
there
know-
coffee pasta?
There's a copy pasta.
There is, yeah.
Oh.
You know, sometimes to protect your mental health, you need a little bit of a coping mechanism. Our coffee pasta is a little bit of our coping mechanism.
Anyone's even posting it. Maybe we sound like we don't know what we're talking about.
I've got it. I'm going to the Twitch. Although I don't know if I'll be able to.
If you go to
I don't
mine,
know if I'll
it's-
be able to post it.
Mine has it.
Oh. Well, I believe in you.
Oh, do you want me to
got
read?
this.
Actually, has it been posted already in chat? Because I'll just read it.
No,
it hasn't.
not yet.
It has not.
Not yet. Unless you want to read it. We can read it.
I can read it.
Okay. Let's go with the reading. Because I know this part. This part is yes.
Hidden behind a veneer of cuteness is a dictatorship. The queen monitors her people through surveillance that extends into space. She manipulates her people with a facade of being a cute elephant while executing and torturing her political opponents. To the very end, when the revolution catches up with her, she is pleading through this fake persona to save her own life while being completely unfeeling to the thousands that perished in her dungeons.
It's true. She's a dictator.
We're doing the
And
right
that's
thing
why
here.
all of this is okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god. This is also like shoutouts to the developers at Hazelight for making this the one unskippable thing in this entire freaking game,
yeah.
other than maybe Joy Fight. Talk about that later. But every time you speedrun this game,
Yeah.
you lose a little bit more of your soul because you have to do this every single time.
So true.
Okay, we're going to be entering clock in a second here, and I heard we should be taking a break, and I think this being a mental health event would probably be a great time to take a break. So as we load in a clock here, I will quit the menu just to give us a nice loading spot.
Sounds good.
There we go.
Yes. Well, I appreciate that copy pasta reading. It really helped me understand the meaning of life with elephants. And yeah, we will be taking a break with It Takes Two. We're just going to be stretch those legs, get some water, maybe go to the bathroom, do whatever you want to do. And we will be back with some more It Takes Two with our wonderful runners and commentary. Why, hello everybody. Welcome back. We have some more of our mental health stream with Crisis Text Line. We are showcasing a lot of games, well, a few games about mental health and taking care of yourself, as well as just learning about, Crisis Text Line and what they are all about. Just to kind of give you some information about them, if you want to know more, the Crisis Text Line is a nonprofit organization that provides free 24/7 confidential text-based mental health support and crisis intervention in both English and Spanish for anyone in the United States, including Puerto Rico. So if you want to learn more, use the command of Crisis Text Line and chat to learn more. Also, just a few things about GDCon. Wow, if there's a GDCon, I would be happy about that one. GDQX will be live from TwitchCon October 20th to the 22nd. The event will take place on the Games Done Quick stage, as well as streamed live on our Twitch channel right here. So if you want to learn more, use the command GDQX in Twitch chat to find out more info and check out the schedule. As well as Awesome Games Done Quick 2024 will be live in person January 14th to the 21st in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Use the command AGDQ in Twitch chat for more info. Feel free to Games Done Quick on Twitter to let us know you're hoping to see on the games list. Go to gamesdonequick.com for more info. Alrighty, whenever y'all ready, we will go and come back to our groove of It Takes Two. Do you want me to do the countdown, or I'm happy for you to start the countdown?
No, go ahead. Anyone?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, anyone. Itty bitty Fivo. I can do the countdown.
All right.
So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That scared me there.
Let's go.
Oh my god. Halloween is spooky season.
All right.
It really is.
It is spooky season.
So, why do
All right. We're in a clock now.
And as we exit Roses,
I know,
we
it's-
learn that the tiers, they're not going to work. They're not
we
the
didn't-
reason we were turned into dolls.
Yeah, we didn't
And-
explain the tiers part though, David. I think.
Oh, it's fine. You know, it's lore. You'll figure it out.
Figure it
We
out.
don't, we don't want
That's
too many spoilers.
No, that's true. That's true. Anyways, we
Exactly.
tried something to go back into our bodies, and then wait, you're going that way.
We need
go,
dolls.
go, go, go.
Yeah, I need dolls.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm paying attention. I'm
I
paying
was
attention.
like, I don't know, maybe you expected me to do
Too
the
fast
funny.
for their own good.
It's RSP.
All right, but yes, welcome to.
Oh, speaking of,
Oh, go ahead, Glenn.
shout outs to finding out that we could run this game on DX12 in the past couple months. It has given literally everyone that runs this game an insane performance boon. Everyone's game runs at like way more FPS now than it ever did. This section of the game, even on a computer like mine, which has like a 3080 in it and pretty high level, good quality CPU, would run at like 90 FPS. But this runs very stably at like 120 for me now, which is very neat. I love that.
No kidding. What could be up there?
Nothing better
right.
than being able to run your favorite game at a buttery,
Yeah.
smooth
I was
120.
gonna say. Yeah. Well, the other thing too is it's very, very vastly different running a 3D game versus a 2D game. Like running Sheepo is very different than It Takes Two, and so
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
a huge noticeable difference. I would say, but also doing that at 120 is pretty impressive too.
Yeah, but they're made
Could you imagine speedrunning Sheepo on a Samsung refrigerator?
Okay, smarty pants.
I mean, pretty
I
high.
mean-
You could probably do it, honestly.
I would be down.
Also, we're out of bounds.
What if we got two fridges and then we race each other?
That'd be pretty good. That'd be a good run.
Yeah.
You wouldn't speedrun on
Okay.
a refrigerator, would you? It's like you wouldn't
Paul.
download the.
You wouldn't download a car.
What bombs are we going
Okay.
for? Okay, now we're good.
Yeah, you got it.
So now we're trying to get access to the clock tower itself. We're trying to go after the heart of the clock because it's been messing everything up here. And essentially what we did there was we used the birds. We went out of bounds so that typically what you would do is you would get to the birds, you would fly to one tower, you would go inside of the tower and complete a sort of a set of puzzles. And then you go in, and that opens up the roof so that you can take out one of the two shield generators because these two smaller towers to the left and right of the main clock tower are keeping up this giant shield. We're able to access the end of the first tower by going out of bounds when we saw the birds were flying underneath the level. Now we go back in to the second tower and we actually run it like normal where, again, we talked about the slide jumps a little bit earlier and how much speed you can get. Typically this game, your usual movement that you're going to use is you've got your jump, you've got your double jump, you've got your dash, you've got your timed dash, which is when you dash, if you dash again at the very end of it, if it's the right timing, you'll get an extra little speed boost out of the end of the dash. And then you've got your slide jumps, where you're running forward, you initiate a slide, and then you jump out of it. But what's really nice is that you get your double jump out of the slide jump, and you get a little bit of extra height out of a slide jump than you would from a standard jump on the ground. So you can use that to access so many extra areas of the game that normally we shouldn't be able to get to. Such as in that level, the gimmick behind that tower was that those differently colored platforms that we went across, depending on which part of the clock the hand of the clock is pointing at, it'll make a certain amount or the certain color solid to stand on. So we can skip some of them and get to the ones that are solid before they get off cycle on the clock, which is really nice. Now we've helped the dolls get to the clock tower, we've opened up the door, and now it's time to head on inside.
Where we're going to get to see one of the best uses of the character abilities throughout the entire run, May's clone. Glenn, do you want to talk about some of your favorite aspects to this clone and what it adds to the movement in ITT?
Yeah, for sure. So it's like you've mentioned. That's
What do you
mine.
mean? I was ahead of you, clearly.
This is married couple bickering here, you know,
Classic.
just classic stuff. So it's like Jan just mentioned all the different movement abilities we have. However, that kind of just gets all thrown out the window with May's clone. May's clone basically allows you to place a little after image of May basically wherever you are currently at, and then by clicking another button, you'd be able to teleport back to that area. However, if you land before going back, you can actually reuse a double jump, or even jump out of the clone if you time it properly, to then gain extra height. And I'm going to be using and abusing that in this next section here. It's going to be a bit of serious time. We'll see if I can get it first try. Big fan of bull skip, as we like to call it. All right, I'm grabbing this.
Yeah, no bull. It's a difficult trick.
No. All right.
Okay.
So I'm going to be going out of bounds and using Maze Clone a lot to be climbing terrain.
And I'm just gonna sit here
inside of your screen. Dory, you're not gonna give him a smile?
I could get a little smile, a little Cody cam.
So we've gone out of bounds. Now we've gone back inbounds inside this bull arena. So typically at the bottom of this area, you have a mechanical bull that spawns in and you have to fight the bull and cause it to crash into some things in order to take it down. But we'll see the slide jump and then a clone reset. So he lands to get the double jump back. Oh, and just slightly unable to get that one to go. Essentially, he's trying to jump out from underneath a plane and get enough height with the clone to get back on top of it. And then he ground pounds to get a little bit extra height. And he's out. There's the bull that would
An
spawn
area
in on the
notorious for
inside.
many runs dying. Successfully done. Great job.
Excellent work.
I had to do a little bit of a backup there because I missed a clone jump, but the backup was clean. You can definitely fail the entire skip there and like lose like 30 seconds plus. So it's nice not to lose it just there.
That's another area of the game where some of the different categories differ quite a bit, because in any percent we can go out of bounds, we can do the bull skip, whereas say in something like inbounds or 100%, you got to go around, you got to grab the various keys so that you have a way to get into this section where you can get into the bull and face off against him, and then you get to the elevator here, which is, again, one player can just totally AFK, because as long as somebody stays alive throughout the whole thing, then you're good to go. Hold on, is that a safe spot I see?
And it is very finicky, but this one will work sometimes, and I see people have landed in it. Nice. So yeah, if you kind of jump at the middle thing and ground pound on it, you'll slide off and then land on the ledge, and so long as it's nice to you, then you'll land in this little safe spot.
I love video
Spin around.
games.
All right.
They're just amazing.
They're great. All right, at the end of this elevator, we have found a new way of doing this ropes room. It is absolutely insane, and I will attempt to go for the fast way, at least a fast way, to make one of our community members proud. Matt joined our community not even that long ago, and is an absolute beast at this one particular section, is like faster than anybody else, basically. And it is very impressive. So if you're a person that likes ILs, we actually have this Google spreadsheet of like a bunch of solo sections in the game. So if you are kind of intimidated by playing with other people, you can just play solo sections. And this is one of them that is very, very impressive. So
I still can't wrap my
I will
brain around
attempt
this what we're about to see.
Yeah.
I have seen this.
I hope I get it.
You're about to be treated. Grabs onto the first one, and again, we'll store a little bit of speed. Oh my Lanta. Gets around the first few really good. Dory's lagging behind a little bit, but Glint's going to be keeping on the speed here. Grabs onto the wire, launches, utilizes the flip, and gets to the end.
Oh no, I might have missed.
So you can see...
Yeah,
No, you got it. Normally, you would be doing what Dory did, and you can see that saves like a good, 3 to 4 seconds compared to the normal way. It is using and abusing the physics system to its full extent. And the way that Matt does it is 20 times harder than that and 20 times cooler. So again, I would very much recommend watching that IL at some point if you are interested in it at all, because it is very cool.
Yeah, I definitely would recommend checking out the Takes Two, the speedrunning community overall. Anyone that's interested, it is pinned in the chat on Twitch. So just if you're interested in doing that. But also you could always go to speedrun.com to find It Takes Two there as well.
And we have all our links there. We have a bunch of resources too. Our tutorial game is definitely not the best, but our community is very, very helpful in terms of being able to teach people. We have tutorials for some of the more nuanced things that are a bit more complicated, but a lot of the game is very easy to pick up on because, again, like we mentioned, it's just the movement mechanics of the game and then following a route. And you'll definitely pick up on stuff as you play it more. So this will, this seems like a boss fight. It's really not. You could literally just keep dying in this room and nothing will happen. So it's literally just an AFK section, but yeah. We're gonna be running forward here. There's a bunch of what feel like nearly AFK sections. There's a bit of time save that was found here recently, which is kind of cool. We always love like the random people that join your speedrunning Discord every once in a while and be like, hey, did you guys know you could do this? And we're like, no, thanks for the 5 seconds of time save. That's really cool.
It really does take a village.
One of the amazing aspects about the speedrunning community as well is that nothing is fully developed. There's always something to find, some way that people will do things different in their own unique way. And sometimes, believe it or not, it's just faster. And as I would coin a term from Hyper, yeah, if it's fast, it's faster. So we can learn a lot all the time. And so we're always developing and just enjoying playing the same thing, but just adding from everybody's community input.
So true, bestie.
It's very much like a lot of other 3D platformers out there where the mechanics of the game are the thing that you truly develop and get better at. And as a result, you can sink those thousands of hours into a game like this and continue to see improvements as you improve with the movement systems and stuff like that. Find slightly harder things that you can do, but as you get better with the system, they don't become as hard and you can do it that way. For example, I know in Bull Skip, I actually started doing a route in there that wasn't very common before I started doing it because it was considered too hard, and then it became very commonplace after people gotten a little bit more accustomed to it. All right, so the skip that I was talking about is going to be this really weird pause on pause that you're going to see at the top of this tower. It's for some reason going to give us the checkpoint at the top.
Do you want to do the RCP?
Yeah, sure. So we're going to pause on pause, get the save, which we're supposed to get later in that cutscene, and then be able to RCP. Actually, you know what? I want to do it just because it's cool, and I completely forgot they were here.
I was like,
so what the runners are doing here is, just like Glint was going to state, with this game being online, there's just a lot of funky stuff. And with these bombs, they're showing up in 2 different places for both runners, allowing one bomb to be able to break 2 clocks because it's on each person's clock on individual screens.
Yeah, so you can finish that basically a cycle early by doing it, but it can be really finicky and it is ping dependent, but it's not too bad. It definitely gets harder the lower your ping is, but there's a nice sweet spot window where it's not the worst.
Usually when Glint and I do it, we just hit it because our ping is so like high that it's like kind of free. But you know, you did input wrong. You still missed it. You want to go for this, by the way? No.
Yes, so I do have to RCP it though, but then I do. I actually forgot how to do it.
Oh my goodness, I did it a little too far. That's on me. That's
he did it the normal way.
No. Now we have to do it. What did you get?
There we go. Also, I got the weird thing where I can't ground pound. Yeah, I got it, but I can't ground pound for some reason.
You don't have to move the thing around anymore on that?
Nah.
Oh.
I just don't. You don't have to stand on the thing basically anymore. It's a little bit faster.
I did have a question from chat. Does anyone speedrun this game solo? Just
yes.
Yes.
Oh, I would love to learn more.
They haven't. We used to have a very dedicated runner in our community that used to do it. There is events for it every once in a while, but yes, there is people that speedrun this game by themselves. The very common way to do it is you play one hand on keyboard, one hand on controller, and you just control both characters. It's an insane feat to watch. Every time I watch the particular runner, Good Noise, do it, it literally hurts my brain because they are controlling both characters at the same time. It's crazy.
Shout out to It's Bites, who had also partaken in learning how to do the game solo.
And shout outs to 2X Panda, who actually tries to run a solo event every 6 months or so to try to get people a little bit interested in the category, where they run a race every 6 months or so to try to have people practice up a little bit, run the category against each other.
So nice. Oh my god. That is an extremely difficult trick to open up Snow Globe, where you have to slide jump off of the lower branch on the tree. Or part of you jump off the lower branch and you try and slide jump off of the very tippy top of that tree to get onto a barrier, like an invisible wall off to the left there. And first try from both runners.
Very cleanly done.
Absolutely cracked.
Hello, I shouldn't have RCP that. We should have just gone. I'm like trying to think of the arcade time saves. It's just not working. Muscle memory too strong.
Yeah, you might have noticed us restarting from the checkpoint a lot. This game is timed in game time. We have a load remover, so whenever like a checkpoint would push us like a little bit forward, or it would save like even just a second of game time, we will often do it, even if it loses like a couple seconds RTA.
Yeah, Damon, I know.
I forgot to go for it. I also haven't practiced it, so I literally, my brain forgot how I would do it anyway.
Like fast, and then I didn't realize. I like landed on the ice.
I just want to share, as a longtime member of the community, that Snow Globe has gone through its fair share of excitement and developments in itself. Known as one of the most favorite chapters in speedrunning for how notorious the routes are for both players being required to do all of the movement together in order to save the most time. You'll see a lot of that through here. And Jan, being one of the early pushers of bringing the record down with Glint, now seeing it where it's come to today. What are your thoughts on Snow Globe?
This was the original chapter that got us into the game. Like myself and...
Am I going first?
Yeah, you go first. You go first. I want to do whale.
Okay. Yeah.
I was making sure you guys didn't need any more comms. Yeah, this was the chapter that Glint and I... Oh my, what is...
Oh my, Lanta! And for the viewers.
No.
Wait a minute. I believe.
Oh, he's back in?
Maybe I can get stuck here. Wait, it might be good.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is manipulate like the bobsled so that I can get like a time save that's been gotten like 3 times in a row.
I believe, Dory.
I think I missed it.
Wait.
I missed
believe.
it.
Where are you going, sir?
One of the most extremely precise / random unfigured out tricks in the run, an 8-second bobsled oob with a very difficult start just to exit. You must get boosted by the other player and randomly bounce off objects to be able to hit a trigger going into this whale just that much earlier, right as you exit. Super difficult, but almost.
Yeah, I think if I didn't clip out as early there, I would have actually been able to make it. Anyways, it's still pretty fast.
That was crazy. Oh no.
Before
I'm just marveling right now.
Yeah, you've not seen that,
as you can see, I've not seen that. No. that was an experience. No, just that exactly it right there. This chapter was the one that got Glint and I into this game way back in March of 2021, and it has gone through so many changes. Like, you used to have to do a completely different out of bounds route just to get past this area, go towards the end and get to the bobsleds, and then go do it all again. The 13:39, baby, the old world record for Snow Globe back in April of 2021, and then Bites and Hyper took it like less than 24 hours later. Love you guys. But no, now we move into Beneath the Ice, which ironically a lot of it happens above the ice. But we'll see some of the sections that go beneath the ice here in a little bit. So again, another chance for the players to split up, but pay attention to the right side of your screen as Dory's going to be going for something absolutely crazy. Oh, not enough speed. Tried the Bites way, but we'll still get the...
First try though.
That's never happened to anyone before, by the way. I don't know how I bumped on the ice. Oh no.
Dory! So, well, it's for the content. For the content.
Not true.
There we go. Well done. So, shout outs to Lovable Big Man.
for finding that trick where you can jump up that little kind of jutted out piece of ice, and there's the tiniest little corner of one of the pieces of ice that you are able to reset your jump off of and continue to jump up the wall to get up to that upper platform. Now, the Bites way was the first thing that Dory had attempted, where you can store speed on grabbing rails in this game. And so if you can store that speed, when you get launched off of the end of it, after doing a couple of cancels of jumping off and on the rail, you can launch off of the ice and just use that to propel yourself up on top of that platform without even having to go up the wall climb. So we found a couple different weird ways to get around that wall climb because the trick is very difficult, but at the end of the day, when you practice it, it all comes full circle.
One of the biggest nightmares to any snow globe runner's life is being the person chosen for that wall climb.
Yep,
but luckily, over time, people have gotten more comfortable with it. Like we've said, the more hours, the more time, the better we feel about tricks like that.
There we go.
I think if you stay level with this thing, it's actually
just
better for us,
nervously
by the
tap
way.
dives downwards. That's totally on me. We go over to fish.
Let's go over. Yeah, over.
And as the runners are down here, moving around, we have Lenny, our favorite anglerfish.
Yep.
Yeah, she's great.
An anglerfish?
Yes.
Yeah, look.
Yeah,
that's right,
The name. If I told you my real life name, my nickname in high school was Lenny. Or Lenny. Not Lenny. Lenny.
Well, there we go.
Aww.
So I like Lenny.
Well, it's because we named Lenny and then found out that Lenny is canonically a she, and so, well, we stuck with Lenny.
Yeah.
I think her full name is Lenietta, if I'm not mistaken.
Lenietta. Ooh,
That's true.
That's a pretty name. That's a great name.
Yeah. Yeah, as you can see there, which is actually kind of a cool thing about this game, and I'm sure like other co-op games as well, stuff doesn't always go to plan in a run, and adapting mid-run, normally in a single-player run, you just kind of do what you need to do and do your thing, but a lot of times in this game, you actually have to communicate with your partner and like come up with a plan on the fly, which is something really, really fun about co-op games. If that's something that you like to do, I'm sure there's other games, like I'm sure like a Minecraft multiplayer run would be really, really cool, where you have to like kind of communicate with your partner and figure out what you need to do on the fly, stuff like that. Very, very fun.
Are you two ready to hit the races?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh,
you did not want to see me do this earlier today, but it was all practice for now, okay?
Oh, I'm matching you.
All right. Step right up,
there's a
over the
cutscene I was
slippery
matching
slopes.
here, yeah.
These two are going to try and finish it off as fast as they physically can, and they're already off to the races. They jump out of the initial stair lift. They're going to bounce off of the wall, and then they're already around the cabin. This is a great day out on the slopes to see who's going to be able to get down this quicker than the other. Quick couple of slide jumps off of the first bit, and they're still neck and neck coming out of the first thing. Dory, oh no, bonks off of the right side, but we'll see if they can still recover off of here. Slide jump over to the left side and use the geometry to get back into the flats. So Glint gets there first. Glint's going to utilize the lineup here. Oh, jumps a little bit too early and just gets out of the momentum. That could be devastating to some of the runners. Gets through the crack as Dory's starting to speed up a little bit, trying to pick up the pace. Can they line it up? Are they going to go for the alien chasm skip? They do! Over to the right side, into the soft white snow, and then they'll continue up onto the next piece. No, don't be worried about it. They got to catch each other in the end. They go off of the shadow. They bounce off of the rock. It might be over. Can Dory get the lineup at the end? Dory's going to readjust. Glint. Oh, Glint goes a little bit early. Can Dory get it off of the bottom? Glint's up onto the invisible ice first. Can he find the right bit? Can he get the piece? He does get the clip off of the ice on the right side. He looks for the cutscene. He gets down to land safe first. Now here comes Dory. There's the RCP.
All right.
Yeah, so that's slippery
Can
slopes.
you just repeat all that again, please? I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. So that's slippery slopes. Essentially, it's just a mad dash out of bounds down the slopes, which feel kind of inbounds because of the way that they're loaded into the game.
Oh no!
I
Wait, I'm really bad at this. Wait. I'll slow
But it's
down.
basically
No, you're fine. We can't skip.
He's skipping
my
your skip. Oh, he's going.
Easy.
Aw.
You got
That's
it.
gonna have to wait.
Another day in the office for these runners.
Yeah. It's really funny. I found a skip in this particular section of the run very early on in the game's history, but everyone hated it. We refer to it as Glint skip. But then
Glint,
eventually,
go!
since everyone hated it, I tried to find. That's true. Thank you for reminding me.
Don't know why.
Eventually, I found a skip for my own skip. So,
Glenn, skip. Yep.
no.
Definitely, this entire subchapter is a great explanation of the conservation of momentum. If you can just keep on moving forward, keep on sliding on the ice, don't bonk, you will get absolutely ludicrous amounts of speed. And then we move into the final subchapter, or subchapter, I guess, because this is all still part of the last piece, but this is attraction, where normally you'd have a whole bunch of these different magnet puzzles that you can utilize, because throughout this entire last bit, May and Cody have had these magnets, which symbolize their attraction to each other, or rather the fact that it has been broken since the magnet has been broken in two, because that's all part of the lore of this game, is that May and Cody, they're planning on getting a divorce, and they couldn't figure out how to explain it to Rose, which then Rose thought it was her fault that mom and dad were mad at each other and that they were going to separate. And so she ended up crying on some dolls that she had made of Cody and May. She had made them to try and make them play with each other and try and make believe that they were back in the good old days. And that's what turned May and Cody into the dolls in this game. And so Dr. Hakim, the Book of Love, has been trying to help them on this journey of finding each other and being able to recapture the connection between the two of them and try and teaching them lessons along the way. So, bit of a metaphor for their connection with the magnets in this one. And Hazelight's done an excellent job of storytelling throughout this whole game. Like, Rue kept talking about the casual play through the game. It's excellent.
Yeah, you've missed a lot of cutscenes. This game's story is fantastic.
There's no better person to help fix my mental than Dr. Hakim himself.
Yeah.
True.
All right, we're in my favorite subchapter of the game. I absolutely love Green Fingers, as I mess everything up in it, though.
I'm
Green
Fingers right being a little bit of a stressful chapter where you're just inching on going inbounds, grabbing these checkpoints so that at the end of the level, we don't void. So this just allows us to skip a massive amount of puzzles and fight sections by doing all of this precise movement and jumping to be able to collect these checkpoints in a certain order. And again, just another one of those amazing aspects of this game where the more together you are, the more you benefit. And so each runner, not only trying to be safe, but to try to be as close together as possible.
Okay.
I think, yes, I can.
Speaking of being safe.
There's a good reason why you should be. Because this game is punishing.
All right, I'm going under. Can you go stand at the thing? It's like
I do not know what you're trying to do.
Backup strats?
It's over here somewhere. Is it? Okay, down here.
We can always RCP, I think.
Not. Oh, I'm past it. You have to go stand by the flower pot. Like, go up and right. Like where the checkpoint is.
The flower pot checkpoint.
Over on the...
I can't see.
You got the checkpoint, by the way, if that's what you're looking for. Yeah.
Okay.
I was like asking, you can RCP if you want to.
Okay, I thought you meant RCP, like go back. God, I love
your favorite chapter.
Yeah, it's my favorite one.
Oh my goodness.
I can see why it is your favorite one.
You just
with the green fingers.
Yeah, you wanted to beat her a little longer. It's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to see more green fingers too, because I was curious if there was literally any green fingers. So, you answered my question.
Crap
I'm
coming
seeing
out.
green fingers.
We're gonna need some major
No green fingers.
No green fingers. Green fingers is implying the lore of the game. This section of the game, I'm sure Jan can do a pretty good job explaining it actually about the passions and everything.
Yeah, absolutely. So back in Clock, we got to see our first little bit of a look into different aspects of May and Cody, where we had May with her clone, and the reason why she had a clone was because she could never be in two places at once. She felt like she had to be, with how work and life and everything was dragging her in so many ways. And then for Cody, he had the stopwatch, which is because he felt he never had enough time to pursue his passions. And speaking of his passions, that's where we find ourselves in this subchapter of the game in Garden, because this chapter is all about Cody and how his passion for gardening got taken away by being working, and then as well being more of the stay-at-home dad, because May had quite a heavy full-time job that she was tending to, and that was definitely one of the stressors between the two of them. But Cody was a very, very avid gardener, and one of the things that happened as a result of him not being able to pursue that passion was the weeds and the corruption took over the garden. And so now that we're the size of dolls, normally if you see some weeds and when you're a human, it's not really that big of a deal. But when you're the size of these dolls, the corruption and the weeds, they can be a little more scary. So throughout this chapter, the whole point of Garden is to kind of go through, explore Cody's passion, and then clear out all of the corruption. And we'll see that as we go along.
Oh, I didn't get it.
You're just giving me time to...
One more try?
Yeah, come hang out. I just, you know.
I'll grab the first one. Yeah.
You're grabbing the first one, right? Yeah, okay.
Speaking of the corruption, here's some of the weeds that have come to life. Cody's going to utilize his power, which is his little leaf on the top of his head, to utilize it like a whip, grab onto these guys and yank them down so that May can use her scythe in order to be able to destroy them. There's been a whole bunch of different stuff found within like the files of the game, the data mining from good old Lemura, like figure out some of the damage and how these guys work and how you can do damage quicker to them. Now we get some good old Plants vs. Zombies.
Ooh, I love Plants vs. Zombies. Yes! Let's go! Come on, give me my plants and my zombies. So I did have a very, very interesting request from chat if we would like to try this.
Boy.
It's a tongue twister, and it's Irish wrist watch. So, let's see how fast you can say, and how many times you can say Irish wristwatch. I can't do it. I'm taking my time. So it's just a challenge for anyone who wants to do this, whether you're the runner or the commentary or all of the above.
Who's going first?
Take it away,
This is a yawn task. Uh-oh.
Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch. Oh, I got like 3 or 4 in there.
Crazy.
Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch, Irish
It's
wristwatch,
hard.
Irish wristwatch,
It's really
Irish
hard.
wristwatch, Irish wristwatch. Okay, it's okay. It's not bad. But there's some cool tech going on, so I don't want the Irish wristwatch to distract from it too much. Talk to us about what we're seeing here, Clint and Dory.
You can take it.
Moles, we don't see them because they're below us.
Oh.
Okay.
Wait,
I've
what
never
is
been stuck here
happening?
before in my
Should I
life.
go? I guess I'll go.
I'm stuck.
Oh,
I've never been stuck here before. You know?
Start sleeping.
Where do
We
I
got
go?
this story. I believe in you.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
let's-
say. Dude, I get a solo section. I just tense up and I'm like, okay, time to do this. Let's go. And I fall the first frame.
It's my
I'm
time to
like,
shine.
Actually unreal.
Let's go. You got this, Tori, I believe.
Classic GDQ moment of
That's
the.
never happened before.
Never happened before. Yeah.
Who had it on their
I
bingo
swear.
card?
Me. I'll mark mine off.
Let's go.
Anyone in chat as well, mark yours off, as well as the Irish wristwatch. I can't even say it.
Good at A for effort. Yeah, normally
Thank you.
in this subchapter, this is called trespassing. In the casual playthrough, you go through the caverns through the home of the moles. As we'll see over on the left-hand side as Clint goes on by. There's a mole butt right
Mole
there.
butt.
He's hanging out.
Mole butt.
And normally we'd go through, the moles would be sleeping, and we'd have to sneak and tiptoe by them. But here, utilizing the ability of every runner's favorite of going out of bounds, unless you run in bounds, of course. You can get to these areas where you go outside of the detection area, because normally the gimmick of this part is that there's like a sound meter that builds the more you do aggressive actions or walking on crunchy bits on the ground, and it would fill up, and if you got it too high, then game over, you have to start over because you woke up the moles. And then there'd be a whole Indiana Jones chase scene through this tunnel that Glint is now over top of. But because of May's scythe, and again, the slide jumps that we've been able to see, there's another wonderful one there that clears a whole bunch of distance.
Now we just get to the end part of this where we're able to dash along. The camera will reorient itself a little bit here. And then again, utilizing the momentum. It's not a Gnelf, not a Gnoblin, it's a Gnome! And you've been gnomed.
Nice. Oh, there's another gnome right there. Look.
I love that. Thank you. Thank
you're
you
welcome.
so much.
Or make this like a custom now. We're doing this every event. It's kind of hype.
I still remember when myself, shoutouts to Argros and Damon and Lem, the four of us tried to do that joke as like one person started it and then we kept going. It was like somebody started it and then it was just dead silence right after.
You buffered? Yeah, hello?
Oh, the cutscene. I was stretching.
And
I've never seen that
everybody's
cutscene before.
favorite.
Sorry, I was stretching
subchapter
because, you
coming
know.
up. Tell us a little bit about
Yeah.
these frogs.
Sorry, I had to stretch for this
and-
because
And what's going on with their jumps here?
everyone get your frog emotes ready.
So you've heard of pigs flying, but have you heard of frogs flying? Yes, we are going to launch these amphibians into the trees, and he went too far.
I somehow.
Okay. All right.
Wait, is that savable, Glint?
This
is.
isn't.
Okay.
It is savable.
So Glint's going to take the low road while Dory takes the high road. But for some reason, if you launch those frogs into the corner of an invisible barrier on that tree, you just get momentum and you go flying up into the sky, which now they can get out of bounds and they can make a beeline for another mini game warp. So this is the second one that or the third one, I should say, that we're going to see in this any percent category. The first two we saw were tug of war and batting practice. Now we get to snail race, or we get to there. We wait for the load to happen.
Oh, no, wait.
I don't know. You found some other mini game.
Okay, it worked. I just selected like 3 different wrong ones there.
Then we reset from checkpoint at snail race, and all that's left is for Cody to utilize his other gimmick from this subchapter, which is that he can turn into various plants
Imagine.
by ground pounding into the pots that have the seeds
That
in them.
worked?
So he turns into a mushroom for a bit,
Today,
launches May up to the top, and then May will utilize her water gun to...
Okay.
Oh, he just
was
about got stuck
scary.
like I did.
Then no one has ever gotten stuff like that. Ever.
Really?
Yeah. That's one and only time. At least in the
That's
speedrunning
hilarious.
community.
Ooh, excellent work on a first try shovel jump, utilizing the rail grab technique, much like we saw earlier with the wall clip back in tree. Can utilize the distance that we can grab onto rails to get through a few of the different barriers and places we shouldn't be able to access as quick as we can.
Down the middle
Oh,
should
yeah.
be fine. Yeah.
Excellent job. Good quick grab by Dory to get that guy down.
Oh,
Damage.
Sliver of health.
That's okay.
Actual 1 HP. Oh, I missed.
My greenhouse. And stay down.
How do you like this weed whacking?
I'm stuck. Door stuck. Hello? Okay.
Door stuck.
True.
Nah, I got
I don't know
it.
if you're gonna get it.
I calculated it.
Well done.
Okay.
Dory, no stuck,
crazy.
no more.
So that was calculated. I definitely agree. Wait, okay, so this was a part of the co-op part where you're doing like watering plants and things like that. But I totally think those look like cauliflowers for some reason.
Let's get rid of these spectacles.
But like these big things?
Oh, these
wait,
little-
I lost count.
I can see
The
that.
big things that we're
Yeah.
hitting, or the daisies that came up in the garden plot
The
there?
daisies. For some
Oh,
reason,
okay.
like reminded me of food. I don't know. Apparently, daisies look like cauliflowers, and I want to eat them.
Have you eaten it today, Rue?
No.
More cauliflower plants.
Yeah.
Down to the last one.
So that will bring us to the end of our second last subchapter. Now we get to go through everybody's favorite, second only to the Queen and not being able to skip her. We get to the joy fight, which, contrary to its name, sometimes takes the joy out of a lot of people, because we have tried near and far, high and low, here and there, to and fro, but we've not been able to come up with a skip. There's a few small optimizations that allow for you to save a few seconds here and there throughout this fight, but for the most part, there's not really a way to sequence break, or when we've gone out of bounds, we've done everything to try and shorten this up, because in the words of Who is Hyper, when you come to this section, oh, you know, it's going to be, give or take, 7 or 8 minutes. Probably take.
Probably take, yeah.
Give me some water over there.
Yeah, this like fighting section of it is pretty fun. I actually quite enjoy it, but it's like the AFK sections in between that can get pretty dull.
It's also like super anticlimactic. This is like before the final chapter. You're like getting ready, you're on a pace, and then you just have to sit here for 7 minutes, just like, oh, I'm going left, I'm going right. This is so much fun.
Good job, man.
And yes, it is going to look a little bit sus on Cody's side of the screen, but I assure you that, they're on the same side of the screen right now, but Cody is doing a little bit of a slideshow right now.
Yeah, this is completely normal. For some reason, restarting from checkpoint in this area just completely breaks. Ooh, that is the wrong button to push. Yeah, that's my bad. I have a pause key on my R key, so I fat fingered that instead of E.
We're good now.
If you are one for bounties, there is a bounty on this skip. You can find out more info about it on skipping the entire chapter or fight, but you know, one day, hopefully. If anything, if you just want to find a safe spot for the second section of this area, I will internally be in your debt, because this section's not too bad because you can actually AFK because there's a safe spot here that you can stand in, but the second part does not have a safe spot. We have to play the game. And as Jan mentioned earlier, we don't like doing that, so...
How dare we play video games? How dare we?
Exactly.
We just have to go fast.
That's true.
We just need to zoom.
We just actually all hate playing video games. That's why we try and beat them as quick as we can.
Play as little as possible, too.
That is, yeah.
No, we love them so much that we have to play them as many times as we can. And that's the real reason. I don't know why I decided to fight everybody.
I like the real reason.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, pretty much the rest of this is mostly just, again, kind of a more of an AFK section as we go through another spot here. So, did we... Or is this the last one?
I would totally love to read the fun things about Crisis text line.
Go for it.
Absolutely. We'd love to hear it.
Awesome. So I will definitely be happy to talk about how if you join the community of trained volunteer crisis counselors who learn active listening, collaborative problem solving, and crisis management skills, you can get started on your volunteer crisis counselor application at crisistextline.org, and you can become a volunteer. Also, it is a nonprofit organization that provides free 24/7 confidential text-based mental health support and crisis intervention in both English and in Spanish for anyone in the United States, including Puerto Rico. So if anyone's interested to learn more, use the command crisis text line in chat to learn more. Also, we do have our Twitch panel that you can just click on the link to find out some more information.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna go find a safe spot right now.
Regularly scheduled auto-scroller gameplay. It's so nice.
And the Cody PowerPoint presentation.
I'm gonna do some like live action role playing. Guys, can you hear me?
Well, I like the role playing too. You know, this is how you bong the bongos, I guess. I don't know. Questions? I don't know what to call those things. Are they mushrooms?
They're plays.
I think they're mushrooms.
On top of plants.
They're,
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, they're...
Freaking bulb bongos, you know?
Yeah. See, bongos is fun to say.
Banging on some plates.
They do the same pattern every single time, though. So you can actually just get through that section by jumping from the same 2 plates back and forth the entire time.
So there's like no RNG at all then.
No.
Exactly.
No.
Do I need to go here? Yeah, I do.
One of my favorite aspects about co-op games, you get an AFK section like that where you only need one person to survive, and you just kindly ask your partner, hey, can you take this one for the team? You know? It's beautiful. In a solo game, you just don't get options like that, you know?
That is true. Also, you get to, I don't know, that's pretty fun to just sit there and be like, hey, it's your turn to take it. I'll take the next one. And then if there's not a next one, you're like, tee-hee. But no, in all seriousness, that's why I like co-op games. Like I like speedrunning co-op games more so than solo, I think, because of the fact that like just even the like collaborating together part, the teamwork part, that's my favorite part.
Yeah, I love co-op
Absolutely.
Dr. Hakeem loves collaboration. Anybody's played this game?
games. It's so true. All right, last chapter of the game.
Oh boy.
It's music time.
We went from one passion to the other. Cody's passion of gardening. Now we get to see May's passion of singing and music. But we're gonna skip a significant portion, as has been the trend here. So, Damon, how are we gonna do that?
Absolutely. This is the reason minigame warps are so beautiful. You'll see one of the most broken things for any casual who's ever played this final chapter. You'll know that we need to go get a full symphony and all these musical instruments for May to be able to perform her wonderful song. But us speedrunners, we're looking to get through it as quickly as possible. And conveniently out of bounds, there was this minigame, Track Runner, that allowed us to warp straight through 75 to 80% of the entire chapter over 16 minutes of gameplay and go straight to the end, making this one of the shortest chapters in the entire game.
Oh, yeah, viewer discretion advised. There's a lot of flashing lights in this chapter. Might want to watch out for that one. Huh?
It's
If you see Rainbow Road, no, you don't.
It does.
Nope. This is a real original idea.
This is definitely...
They definitely don't like call it out like twice during this section as well, right?
There's definitely not a voice line in this game where Cody goes, "It's a me, Cody."
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my god!
I don't know how to do that.
Where are you? Where are
I
you
tried to do a cool
going?
thing and it really didn't work.
Yeah, I don't want to do the math thing. I don't know how to do it.
I tried to go for it. I've never done it before. I went for it. It did not go well.
I'm kind of flying around.
Yeah, another case of conservation of momentum where, as we see Dory come off at the end of this, they are gonna utilize, bumping into the wall, utilizing
We just
all
go.
that speed.
We just go.
Oh, they just go straight in. No,
I bonked.
Where is she being?
Almost a
Actually, did we ever
great
get the other
example
Oh,
of...
well.
Yeah.
Let's get to do it again.
We want to do that.
where both players are just racing to the end to try to get there, and by both being
I'm gonna get
equally
this
as fast, you're able to take the route together, being able to presumably take and save just that extra bit of sweet time that us speedrunners love.
There we go.
And normally we'd have this giant section where we're running on top of a disco ball that's careening through the level, but again, we just are able to sneak out and whoop, we go through one plane and now we get to see another, where that's the elevator that we want to get to the bottom of, and if we can find a death warp checkpoint at the bottom of it, players will spawn at the base of the elevator and ride it up into our second last subchapter. Getting real close. We're almost there. We've almost gone through the entire journey. What a journey this game is from start to finish.
Oh, it is a good, I love the messaging though. I think there is like a beautiful way to talk about a sensitive subject like this. And so I thought this game did it very beautifully.
Yeah, this is exciting.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Relationships are hard.
Well, they talk about like so many different things too. Like there's different characters in the game that represent other kind of mental health plights or different scenarios, tough things that people might find themselves in. And it just has a really, really nice lighthearted way of being able to like kind of broach those conversations and great ways for people to talk about it. So.
Oh, I forgot I don't have my music on. This is going to be really
I never
awkward.
play with music. What are you talking about? Just press the button. Actually, you were kind of on pace there.
Oh, was I on beat for you?
Wait, start again, Papillon. I'll try to match you.
Okay, wait, here, yeah. All right, I gotta wait for the first
All right,
one.
here we go.
All right.
It's a sick beat when you get into this part, but some runners play without the in-game music on. They have like their own music going on in the background, like through Spotify or something. So it can be a little bit weird when you're playing Dance Dance Revolution. You have nothing to go off of.
Yeah.
Isn't there still a sound that it makes though, even if there's no music?
Yeah, it goes
Yeah,
like
it
ding,
does.
ding, dong, ding.
I was so scared there.
All the
I
buttons
missed like
take
2
different
notes there because my
songs.
sister ran
It's
into the
very,
room.
very
I was so scared we were gonna have to do like the third part. I was like, oh no. We're good though.
Get out of my room! I'm speedrunning.
For real.
As we enter this final stretch here, normally on paces, you think this would be quite a relaxing moment, but yet in this final area, we have one last specific trick that for most runners it can be quite hard. Do you want to explain a little bit about what we're going to see?
Yeah, for sure. I also don't have my timer running right now, so Dora, if you can, actually, I
can call it out if you want.
No. Yeah. But yeah, so basically in this section, normally you would have to, or at least in the last section of the run, you were gonna have to like kind of walk, and it would switch between the two characters. However, you spawn like a millimeter above the ground, and using that, we kind of land on the ground and we can initiate a time dash and then be able to have like full control of our movement. However, we have to do a specific movement, like either a frog jump or a time dash every time we touch the ground, or we will just go back into the walking state. So it requires like a bit of mashing and timing of a movement stuff, but then we can platform through the whole level like significantly faster than you can just walking through it.
Go.
Yeah. All right.
So we'll see here.
Pray this goes well.
Yeah, if all goes well, Glenn's gonna go like poggers mode, and I'm just gonna be sitting here watching.
Okay, good start.
Off to the race,
fitting.
traversing this extremely hard platforming.
Oh, baby, there we go. How fitting that this is called Grand Finale, because that movement was indeed grand, baby.
Let's go. Not the cleanest one. I had to do a bit of a backup, but it was very clean overall with the backup.
And
Indeed.
time is coming up on the penultimate
On the
moment.
kiss.
The kiss.
Kiss me, Dory.
I'm
Kiss
coming
me.
in.
Also, there's no music here, which is also very funny, having no music in this section.
Time.
And time.
Well, big GG.
All right, very nice.
Aw, they're in love.
Thank you.
It's adorable. Sorry, I'm
They're
so happy
reunited.
that they're together. Yeah.
This is such a good
Aw.
ending sequence
All
to a
right.
game. Like the
Yes.
music, the fireworks, it's so good.
If you
music-
haven't heard
wait
the
a minute.
music, you have to
Turn the
hear
music
it.
on.
There you go.
Yeah, we could play it. We could let
Oh,
the
he's got it.
credits
There you
play. Yeah.
He's got it.
Aw. See, I want fireworks every time I kiss. Can I request this?
Once a year.
Once a year?
New Year's. New Year's.
What about when we go to Disneyland?
If you time it right.
That's so true. All right. You guys never saw this book.
Oh, okay.
Trust me, they played an important part in the lore. But you know.
This is the real savior.
Dr. Hakim, the Book of Love.
The Book of Love. The Book of Amor.
It's actually a book that
Amore.
Rose, the daughter, bought
Nice.
for us as May and Cody to try and save our relationship. Funny enough.
Well, she found it in the trash, right? Or did she buy it?
No, she found it.
I swear
it's something weird.
I
like
swear
a
they
used
say like
bookstore
she
or
found it in the
something.
trash can or something. Maybe.
Well,
I'm
with
wrong.
Yeah,
their
okay.
beautiful reuniting of their relationship,
Yes.
do you want to tell us a little bit about how we can help repair our mental?
Yes, but I also had a request too. So I'm going to do the request and then I'm going to go into crisis text line. The request was, can we have one last collective Irish wrist watch?
Yeah, so
We're gonna do it in the line. We'll do it. Well, everyone look at Discord. We'll do it in the line of
Yeah.
the
Okay.
Discord.
Okay.
sounds
I like
good.
that. You start first, Flint.
Yeah. Okay. Irish wristwatch.
Irish
Damon.
wristwatch.
Irish wristwatch.
Irish wristwatch.
Oh, those two were too good. Can I can I have a T button? Irish wristwatch.
Well, there you go.
Nice.
Hey, you have the short end of the stick being after me and Dory.
Yes. Well, okay. So while we are going to be learning more about the crisis text line, I would also love to just get going with our next 15 minutes or 15 to 20. We're going to be doing some ILs. I can talk, I promise. And then we're going to see some more It Takes Two. So in the meantime, I just wanted to say those that are seeking free 27 confidential mental health support through crisis text line can connect via text, web chat, and WhatsApp in English and Spanish. To reach a live, trained, non-judgmental volunteer crisis counselor, text HELLO or 443 support in WhatsApp or text Hola to 741-741 or 442 AYUDAME in WhatsApp for Spanish or connect with them via web chat. Also, to keep our service free, high quality, and accessible, Crisis Text Line relies on financial support. So if you're able to, you can support them at crisistextline.org/donate. Also, just to anyone who just wants to know what's going on with GDQ, we do have GDQ X will be live from TwitchCon October 20th to the 22nd. The event will take place on the Games Done Quick stage, as well as streamed live on our Twitch channel. So use the command GDQX in Twitch chat to find out more info and check out the schedule. Also, some Games Done Quick 2024 will be live in person January 14th through the 21st in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So use that command GDQ in Twitch chat for more info. Feel free to follow us on Twitter. Let us know what you're hoping to see on the games list. Go to gamesdonequick.com for more info. Alrighty, everyone. Is everyone ready?
Yes, sir.
I believe so. All right, so we've swapped out runners. Dory is gone. Damon is in. And we're also going to be showing off an IL really quickly. So you saw us play Shed at the beginning of the any percent run, but we're going to do a Shed 100% speed run just to show it off. 100% hasn't really been shown off at like any marathon capacity, so it's going to be really cool to show it off. To give context of what 100% is, since this game doesn't really have 100%, kind of had to come up with a community 100%. We categorize it as getting every checkpoint in the game, because almost the two other categories skip a lot of them. Getting every mini game, because we don't need to get them in every other chapter, and then also getting every achievement. So we're going to be doing a lot more running around, getting random things, and there's going to be a lot of splitting up, which is very cool. So, so long as you guys are ready, I think we're good to go. Good? Good to give a countdown?
Yep. I'm good.
No.
No.
Right. No, just kidding. We're ready for the countdown.
Okay.
Whenever you're
Okay.
ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
So this is going to be very different from what we last witnessed, but some things are going to remain the same because there's some things that you can do in 100%. And it's interesting because you have inbounds, which is the opposite of any percent in the case of you can't ever go out of bounds at all. But 100% doesn't have that restriction. So long as you grab every single checkpoint in the game, every mini game, every achievement, all that good stuff, you're still able to do some sequence breaking and some like glitches to get you to those checkpoints and whatnot quicker. So we're going to get the same fuse glitch that we have off at the beginning. And this one, again, depending on who you're running with, can be a little bit weird because how you do this actually is Cody goes and grabs the fuse that pops out of here. He goes to drop it. And then as soon as they go to drop it, you pause the game and reset from checkpoint. And it tricks the game into thinking that Cody still has a fuse on his back. So when he goes to pick up this one again after they reset, just absolutely goes for a ride into the sky. So that first sub-chapter of Shed is very similar, but now here's where things start to get a little bit unique. We're gonna head straight across instead of going up and out of bounds where we would have taken out up top. And we are gonna utilize the vacuum area, which again, normally if you grab one of the parts of the level earlier, you would have had those vacuum textures spawned in, but we just got sucked through a whole bunch of the different vacuum area. And now we get to another section here, which we've grabbed the
Oh, what the heck was that? Oh, okay, it was just an RCP. Because yeah, we go and we grab that, and then when we reset from checkpoint to get us back to the mouth of that initial area that we went through, we're gonna slide jump over, and oh, very well done. Utilize the wall grab mechanic to stop us from going into the toxic goo at the base of the level. Grab another checkpoint, and then get into some more of the vacuum area here. It's all coming back to me. It's like riding a bike.
Yeah.
Have you seen this new ride yet? Yes, you have, right? I don't remember because I know.
And Papillon has world record in this category.
Still?
What?
I don't think.
I believe so. Yeah.
Shed IL, Hundo?
I would like to fact check you on that one.
I don't think so. I think me and Gros had it for a little bit, but then I think it got beaten.
Let's see.
Yeah, then I might be
crazy. If I still had I think the only record I have in anything in this game is slippery slopes. From It Takes One.
Real, you are kind of good at that one.
Slightly goated on the sauce.
Yeah, Argus Damon do have a record in this, but Jan's third still. From
Let's
over
go.
A year
I'm
ago,
in the book club.
You are.
Yeah, our community has a fun name for being within the medalist positions on speedrun.com because it's a little icon of Dr. Hakim, the Book of Love, in various shades depending on what position you're in. Like he'll be obviously gold for first, silver for second, bronze for third, and then like a pink color for fourth. We call it being in the book club if you're in the top 4, which is pretty sick.
Ooh. I didn't do my FPS there, by the way, Damon, so we'll have to do it here.
Very good execution by the runners, though.
My brain just forgot to do it there.
Again, just a different route, because normally in any percent, we saw the players went out of bounds very early, climbed up the side of the wall, and then got to that checkpoint where they crossed the gap, and now they're going to go into the vacuum boss fight once again. But obviously, they got to grab a whole bunch of the checkpoints on the way through, and now the vacuum tower fight going to be very similar to what we saw in any percent. You line up the cans in a nice, perfect little picturesque line. You grab them, you shoot them off, and if you line it up right with the way we do it there, if you get every single can, you do exactly half of his health, and then you dodge these little waves of sound, I guess they are. What would you call them?
They're like shock waves.
I mean, is it vacuum wind, maybe? I don't know.
I guess he's blowing air out of the arm, so yeah, that would make sense. Here we go. Look away again, guys.
Exactly half of the health. Yeah, look away again if you don't like eyeballs being sucked out of a cranium. And there we go. Now you can look back again.
That's necessary.
Well, I mean, yeah, no, you can. He's fine. He might have exploded.
The eyeballs are gone.
But he's okay.
We didn't just kill the vacuum in a fiery ball.
Right.
It's fine.
No. We never. We're nice over here. This route.
And the FPS goes back up. Oh, go for it, Dory.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that, like, the route you just saw, that it, like, went through so many changes that I'm not up to date with the current route, so that's why we swapped me out, because I just do not know how to run 100% anymore. And that's, like, the fun thing. Oh.
Yeah, it is. 100% is a very underran category. It is very, very cool, though. I also got the sound bug.
Ooh, lovely.
Ooh, let's go. Ledge dash.
Insane. Can he snipe it? Yes, he does. Well done. And then use it the slide jump to get across. A little bit too low.
Oh, I tried to get
Damon's insane. Yeah, now in this section of the game, which we didn't really get to see a lot of in any percent, May gets the hammer head. And now we're trying to help this hammer find the rest of his body. So she has the head of the hammer, and then Cody's got these nails that he can kind of shoot out and then recall back to him with a little whistle. It's like Yondu from Guardians of the Galaxy. Very cool. But we get to see a little bit more of that utilized here, as well as Whack-A-Cody, which is one of the first games that you would find in the casual playthrough. And then Damon's going to go for a super ridiculously difficult trick there off of the wall and gets over the saws. Well done. Oh yeah, give him a couple of tea bags. You deserve it. That's a good trick.
He's chilling.
Nice one.
Oh, little happy boops. All right, I'm gonna go get this mini game. Damon's sitting at a checkpoint right now, so I'll get that mini game. The way we quantify getting the mini games in this run is actually interacting with how they would start. A lot of them are just interactables, but in that case, you actually have to hit something to interact with it.
You're doing RCP again for the IGT. You get like a little bit teleported ahead. Also, does this change anything cycle-wise? It doesn't, right?
Oh. No, we'll be fine. We get the save here, which will be a save warp.
Yeah, now we're gonna.
I forgot.
We're gonna actually see the boss fight that we kind of skipped in the 90% run because we killed this toolbox guy off screen. Now you again get to see the full boss fight. Kind of nice. Let's see, Damon, will you go for the crazy jump? Yes. Okay, and Damon
gets the crazy jump.
He makes that jump look way easier than it actually is. I've attempted it.
I don't know why I went for a slide jump.
Nice, good job.
All right, another save there.
Very excited to see this boss fight. This is one of the very cool boss fights that we can manipulate using the slide jump mechanic, because normally you'd have to wait for his arm to come over to the other side and be able to launch May over to that platform to take out the locks, which is the first part of breaking him open. As we see now, he reaches inside and he's got himself a drill. What's he gonna do with that drill? He's going to slowly start taking out the platform, but that doesn't matter because May's going over once again is going to take out the second lock, which gets rid of that arm on the near side. Launches him back over, and now that May's done their part, it's time for Cody to do some crazy shenanigans. Knowing the absolute gamer that Damon is.
Yes.
Are you still the current holder for the record across all categories, or did it get broken? I can't remember.
Oh,
you guys got it back. That's right. You got that insane run on 90%. Damon Weave, the current, him and Argros have the sweep of all the major categories right now. Absolutely insane gamer. I'm hyping you up because you deserve it. He's going to do an epic slide jump across, frog jump, slide jump, utilize that to line it up a little bit, gets in behind, utilizes the wall jumps. He's going to jump back on top of the toolbox. Oh my goodness. Do you expect anything else? It's Damon Weave getting it first try.
Yeah, again,
so that right there.
So
difficult. Sorry, go ahead, Dory.
No, I was just gonna. Yeah, my intro just got out for a second. I'm so sorry. It looked like he just jumped on to the toolbox and it was just sitting there. If you normally jump on that, it just shoots you out the side and you get to get maybe one hit with the nails. Damon just does it casually every single time. He just kind of hits it. I don't know. He does it and then to go.
Actually cracked with it. Very good.
Fun little utilization of the FPS change. Glint on the left side just kind of went through a wall there, and the interact from there is like barely visible.
Right, you're gonna have to come here.
Oh, that's well, no.
Here, I'll just come to you.
We didn't get the save.
I'll come to you. No. I know.
because we're at you.
I know.
I
was just a little quick. I knew I should have waited. My apologies. So we just.
This is day one.
So we just. So I should have teleported to the end of the level. You make a little oopsie, and you just decide to break the level even more. Let's go. This game is a speedrun, has the best backups. And now we're here.
Right.
There we go.
Where we proceed towards the end of the level.
Time's going to be coming up very soon, by the way. It's going to be when we ground pound this shovel.
So let's take our time. Let's take our time. Take our time. Make the victory a little more sweet. And...
okay. And...
Time.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't as rusty as I thought.
Okay. I mean, hey, we got to see a lot more of the game too. They're very, very interesting to watch these ILs. And honestly, we didn't see this in the speedrun at all. So it's really nice to kind of go through it and just kind of like, to see more of the game. And honestly, I did have a question. So between the 90% and the 100%, what is the difference?
So it was getting all of the checkpoints. So you would have seen us like running around to a lot of different areas. It can be kind of hard to tell. I think if we just go to the beginning of this chapter, might be a good way to show it. Tool grind section start. If you look at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, you should see a little saving icon show up with Dr. Hakim at it. The longest load in existence because we're at 30 FPS. There you go. We'll save. So we have to get each of those. There's a bunch of them scattered all over the place in each level. We have to get every achievement. Shed didn't have any achievements, but in different sections of the game, there are achievements to get, like, I don't know, what's a funny one? You can push the snowman off in Winter Village. That's a funny one. It's like a swing.
Back in like Rose's room
that
in
you
the
can
hopscotch area, you have to like get into a little wind-up car and get launched through a hoop or something like that.
Yeah. Exactly. So there's like a bunch of like very funny achievements like that in the run, and then you also have to get every mini game. And once you've collected all of those, we would consider the game 100%ed. Because the game doesn't actually have a distinct 100% category. We kind of had to come up with something on our own. That would be pretty fun. I'll show you this achievement that I was talking about.
Yeah, and as a runner of it, as you could hear a lot of them highlighting just the really cool movement, right? It from an outsider's perspective, it may just be seeming like we're playing a lot more of the level, but the way you traverse through things just feels so vastly different that to be able to just add so much more to routes can just be the fun in itself to want to run another category.
I remember there's a crane bell, big wheel
Then
bell.
we'll just get it real
You
quick.
do door?
There we go. Okay, there he is. All right. Oh wait, I need to be Cody.
I
Come here.
got
You have save states. All right. But yeah, this, for example, is one of the achievements. The achievement won't show up. That's like another slight nuisance thing we have to deal with in the community. But you spin this guy around on the swing a little bit,
Whoosh.
and there he goes. Look at that. Goodbye, friend. And that would give you an achievement. We have to collect a bunch of those in the run, which is very cool. But yeah, that's 100%. Inbounds is basically completing the game without doing all the crazy out of bounds stuff that we did at 80%. There's a lot of very, very cool stuff in there. Like I'm sure if we go to hopscotch really quickly, you can probably show off the fidget spinners because this is one of the coolest
Just go
sections
to
in the
batting
thing.
order or batting team, whatever. the heck.
Yeah. Team. Yeah. I will not do it because I'm not an inbounds runner and I would embarrass myself. So I will
you
let
have to at
Damon
least
fly
try
away
to show like
into
the
the sky.
comparison. Like if you're
all right,
practiced
so-
on it, it looks crazy fast.
I don't even know if I
Wait,
can
we
get under
don't.
the wall.
No. Batting team was a minigame warp. You gotta go here with checkpoint. We don't have the locations. Like we need stuff here.
Oh,
my
do we
bad.
not have the?
All good.
Oh, that
Anyway,
is so true.
yeah. Basically,
Can you not just clip under the?
we can, but it's part of the
Does that not
cool
work?
stuff.
Oh yeah, that's.
You know, you can't skip out on the cool.
No, you gotta show
stuff.
the. You gotta.
Cool stuff.
You gotta fly over
Okay,
here.
fine. We skip it's not even here, Glenn. Like we can't even go through this. What do
Okay, never mind. I lied to you. Like I said, I don't run inbounds. I don't know what's going on.
Just open the thing. Go grab the things and open it.
No. We did. Hold on.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, basically, you run around. You do a bunch of other stuff. If we have time, Rue, we can quickly show it off. But if not,
I mean, we have
can-
plenty of time. And also in the meantime, if
right.
we had any
Get the achievement.
shoutouts. Oh, the achievement.
Yeah, this is like one of the
achievement.
best achievements.
Oh yes,
Gotta break
I
the
love this
piggy
achievement.
bank.
This achievement's very funny. Money.
Ching.
That's an achievement.
This game's kind of gruesome if you really think about it, right? Like, what are we doing here?
Don't think about it. Don't think
I
about
think
it.
there's plenty of wonderful, positive moments that include fireworks. There you go.
True.
Okay,
That makes up
watch
for it.
Damon.
I get you.
Cody, half of the screen. I don't know what I'm doing, so definitely don't watch me.
Oh my god.
So watch the person on the
Okay.
left
Next
or the
one.
right.
We are dead, folks. We are dead, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go for it. We'll
Okay, you
go
can
for
save
it
state to
one
me.
more
Save state.
time. It's a
Yeah,
whole line. You gotta show it off in its entirety.
Yeah. Well, let's go. Hey, I appreciate
Hype it
all
up.
this. This is
We got
amazing
this.
to watch. Yeah. I honestly get to see stuff that I haven't seen.
Shush! They don't know.
Oh, okay.
That could have been crazy. That could have been crazy.
Oh my god, he hit the line.
Oh,
You're
don't,
like
oh, don't worry.
No.
I'll be popping off. Don't you worry.
Now we'll
Okay.
definitely.
There we go.
Gotta give a little bit
You'll
of speed.
definitely notice.
Okay. A little bit to the right. Oh,
Bananas.
it's fine.
All right,
Is
all
it
right.
like a banana jump?
If anything, this goes to show how incredibly difficult the fidgets can be.
Yeah, this guy's world record. And it's hard. Never even
Because
seen
essentially
that.
what Damon's
It is
trying to
very
do
hard.
right now is right before they make contact with the bouncy surfaces is initiating getting back onto the fidget spinner, which causes an absolutely crazy launch.
and buildup of speed. Okay. Getting through the bananas. No.
Oh, no, not fights.
What was that?
What an,
He's cheating.
that was intended.
Okay. Yes, the line.
It was RNG manipulation.
Okay.
You guys
And now
are freaking out, but
Ken-
I'm not gonna.
Yeah, no,
I'm not gonna lie to you. It's not
shush.
that.
All right, I did
insane.
it.
Oh, it doesn't quite get the speed they need. Because you can get the speed to an insane level at the end of this, where you can launch about 3/4 of the way into this tunnel while steering it. And then, yeah, you come out the other side, and here we are with the elevator into Kaleidoscope. Whereas before in any percent, you just saw us go out of bounds and go directly to that platform that we just got to, and away we went.
Yeah, so imagine just skipping straight through the wall and going straight to the end bit and skipping all of this greatness.
Yeah, I got places to
Tell
be.
me what your favorite category is.
Speedrunning
Without
to
telling
do.
me what your favorite category is.
That's a great one. Well, in the meantime, if there was any shout outs, because I would love everybody to shout out, by the way. I want, like, y'all were a fantastic group and it was a wonderful, like, honestly, this was a treat. So I would like to start with Clint first. If you have any shouts or plugs that you would like to say or any thank yous, you start first.
Yeah, for sure. Just want to shout out the community in general. The community is fantastic. If you're at all interested in learning a cool co-op game or a 3D platformer, feel free to join the Discord. Like Rue mentioned earlier, it is pinned in the Discord or the Twitch chat right now, so you can feel free to join there. And if not, you can always find us on SRC. I'd like to shout out Bytes, who is my main partner in this game. Lamura for finding a bunch of stuff and making a bunch of cool speed tools for us so we can warp to each other and into space, I guess. And to my own stream, even though I don't stream very often anymore, but when I do, I do. And if you would like to watch some It Takes Two or other gameplay, feel free to follow me there.
Yeah, I couldn't be happier to follow it up with shouting out just the community in general. A fabulous community that's made tons and tons and tons of memorable relationships and moments for people who have played this game. So if you're a lover of the game casually and you're just wanting to be a part of sharing your appreciation for the game, feel free to join the community. It's an amazing time, and I urge you to try it if you haven't. And for myself, you can just, if you're interested in supporting these epic speed runs that you've witnessed today and many more to come in the future, you can always check me out on YouTube or Twitch at DamonWeave. Other than that, I'd like to pass it on.
Alrighty, I'll go since I'm next in alphabetical order, I guess. I don't really have anything to shout out. Again, the community is great. It's been like a great part of my life for the last like 2.5 years that this game's been out. It's been a blast running with all of you. Shout out to, I don't know, Tugi for being my first partner to ever play with. He's kind of the main reason I stuck with the game for this long, and I'm still playing it today. So big shout out to Tugi. Shout out to Joe Man. Joe Man's the GOAT. That's all I'm gonna say.
Shout out to Joe Man.
And then Hoppy on.
Yeah. No, a huge thank you to you three for inviting me out to be able to talk about this game that and community that I've grown to love so much. Just, you guys have already mentioned it a lot, but I'm gonna keep on talking about this community. Just seeing how much support there's been for new runners and old, like people getting into the game for the first time, people needing to take breaks and then coming back, and everybody just working together to try and get this game to what we know it can be. There's been a lot of incredible moments. And a lot of good time. I know this game, especially with the time that it came out being part of the COVID pandemic, it helped a lot of people through some tough times with COVID, especially me included. And speaking on that and like tough times, shout outs to the Crisis Mental Health Hotline for the work that they do. It's definitely not an easy job for the people that have to do the tough conversations with people that are calling the hotline in some of their darkest moments. And as well, a shout out to Games Done Quick for all the work that they do for the incredible causes that they contribute to, especially giving awareness for this today. And lastly, for the people that every single day are fighting their own battles with mental health. We're very proud of you, and we're glad that you're still here today with us to take part in this wonderful event.
Wait, what? Oh, I'm May.
Couldn't have thanked anybody better.
Thank you all. You were so much fun, and like I said, it was a treat. Definitely have to say that I would love to see more of y'all in the like stage or anywhere else in the speedrunning world. Definitely give a follow to everybody, to them on their Twitch channels. That is pinned in the Twitch chat right now. But if anyone is interested, you can always kind of see in the YouTube VODs as well. Alrighty, well, we are going to go to our next game. So we will be taking a break. But in the meantime, take care of yourself. Mental health is important. And we'll be back with more. Hello, everybody. Cutie Roo SR here, coming back with some more of our mental health awareness and collaboration stream with the Crisis Text Line. We are doing a very, very special event that is just all about our mental health and taking care of ourselves, but also learning about the difficult things in life. But this game coming up is honestly, like, it's been a great show, and this one is our last one for the event, and everything that we're going to be showcasing is going to be with Gris. And with Gris, this is a game that I have speedrun, so I definitely love the community, and it's really dear to my heart. But also the messaging in this game is just beautiful. With me, we are having a race between two runners with Aggie and Tasselfoot. I would like to start off with Aggie saying hi, and then we'll go to Tasselfoot.
Hi. Hello. I'm very happy.
Go ahead, Aggie. You're good.
I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for letting me show off this amazing game.
Yay! I'm excited for you to race too, because I think there's like a long going race thing going on between you two. Tasselfoot, if you would love to say hi.
Hello. I don't have much more. There'll be plenty of time for me to talk.
Okay, cool. Well, I am ready for this race. I am rooting for you both. And I really, really just can't wait to see this game. And whenever you're all ready, let me know and I will do the countdown.
I think we're good. Yep.
Okay. On the countdown of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
So, for those of you not familiar with Gris, it is a artistic, games as art, beautiful platformer, narrative platformer, released in December 2018 by Nomada Studios, published by Devolver Digital. It's been on a couple previous hotfixes. Thank you, Rue, and other showrunners who have been so kind to allow us to show this game in the past. What is Gris about? So first off, the game is pronounced Gris. Nomada is a Spanish development team, and Gris means gray in Spanish. I know it translates to pig in other languages, but we're going with Spanish this time around. And so why is that important? So first off, the character herself is referred to as Gris. Well, not actually, but that it is. And so what's happening, and also, you know, it ties into why this game is appropriate for this showcase is, and if you can see, you can infer from the cutscene that we're going through here, Gris's mother just passed away. And so we're going through a tough time. We're spinning, and we're kind of lost. And what we're going to do for the next hour and 30-ish minutes, hopefully a little bit under that, we're going to go through Gris's stages of grief. And those are going to be showcased and shown through 5 different colors to go through those stages and emotions. So it's not really stages, it's definitely more emotions, because stages kind of implies that it's a linear path of your journey to kind of, you know, come to terms with your grief, but it's not a linear path. Sometimes you go through those stages and you backtrack and you serpentine and you wind through, and we're going to do that in the game here. So we're going to go through those 5 emotions, those being denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. And those are represented by 5 colors, those colors being white, red, green, blue, and yellow. So, and the colors of the games are going to heavily reflect that. So we're in the white part of the game, and this is rather short section. The other 4 sections are all give or take 15 minutes. This one is more like 4 after we finish the opening 3-minute cutscene. We move really slow now. That's going to change in a moment after we fall to our knees here. So that's kind of about the game. We can talk a little bit about the run. We'll have a lot of time as well throughout our time together here, chat, to discuss those sorts of things. We're going to start moving as soon as our right there, our dress flares. So obviously right off the bat, we are hopping and bopping. So why is that? And the short answer is it's faster. So how much faster? Because that's the next question. It is 3% faster when you are on flat ground. That amount changes a little bit depending upon whether we're going up a slope like we are right now, or whether we're going down a slope. It also does change a bit once we get a power-up later in the game. We're going to get a number of different power-ups, one for each section. But we'll talk about that once we get to it. So for now, all we can do is hop and bop along here through our very white stage of denial. So a lot of the movement and movement tech of Gris is very subtle. So the fact that you move 3% faster when you jump, that's subtle. A lot of the times that we can gain are through other subtle things. Like right here, we're coming up to a cutscene. So if you jump at the right spot into this cutscene, you'll jump a little bit further into the cutscene, and Gris doesn't have to walk as far, and you can save about half a second. We will be doing that throughout the entirety of the run, with it saving up to about 2 full seconds for one specific cutscene that we'll jump into that happens to be a very long, slow walk. But most of them are kind of about that half a second range of time saves. But, you know, in an hour and a half long run, that adds up. This is any % no major glitches. So just to briefly cover a little bit about like what we won't be doing, there are really 2 main major glitches that we will be avoiding. There is a down patch 1.0 only exclusive out of bounds clip that saves about 2.5 minutes, since we are both running, at least Aggie, you're running PC, right?
Yeah, I'm running PC, so I can't actually do the other thing.
Right. So that brings me to the other thing, which is it's not Switch exclusive, but it is significantly easier to do on Switch due to the low hardware and lower frame rate. And that is like a menu storage trick. Aggie, you're the expert on that. If you have any details to share about.
Yeah, it's kind of like using the home screen to lag the game significantly in order to get things.
Yeah, so that allows you to do like some really crazy boosts and jumps and like get through tricks and skips that you otherwise wouldn't be able to do. And so those are both considered major tricks, and they are not allowed in this category, but since we are both running PC current patch, we can't do them anyway. We are basically done with our denial section. Every part of the game is going to, give or take, end into a hand. And you'll notice right now this statue of a hand is just a hand. And since I'm calling it out, hopefully you will pay attention that as we progress, the hand is going to get to be more and more of a full statue. Again, that goes a bit with our journey of our coming to terms with the grief. And you can see that our landscape is now partially red as well as we get ready to go and get mad and be very angry. There are a lot of stairs in this game, and the timing and bopping we do on the stairs is a little bit different than the buffer jumps that we can do when walking on normal ground. And also at the end, so the main mechanic that we do throughout the game, because most of what we're doing is playing the game. Well, we are playing the game casually. We're just doing it with more skill and some skips and some tricks and some cycles saved, and jumping into cutscenes and fun things like that. So what is our goals in the game besides coming to terms with our grief, or how do we go about doing that? We collect these stars. And so we just deposited 3 stars up into the sky. And so when we collect those stars, they allowed us to build bridges and pathways where we can then progress into areas and aspects of the game that we couldn't. So those are lead into kind of the puzzle elements of this narrative puzzle platformer. I would say it is much more narrative artistic platformer / partly walking sim, and the puzzle elements tend to be pretty light. If you're looking for more challenging puzzle platforming experience, this is not necessarily the game. If you're looking for the most beautiful indie game that has ever been made, with ridiculously gorgeous watercolor everywhere, then this is it. And if you need a good cry, you probably will get that too. So you can't die in this game. You can't take damage. As you just saw, we fell from a height, and we kind of did a little save ourselves and dance kind of animation. That is the animation that we get anytime that we do fall from a great height. There are definitely going to be some places in the run where we do a little bit of height manipulation specifically so we can try to avoid getting that animation to appear. So lose a frame or two by walking off a ledge, so as opposed to jumping off of it, because the height difference winds up being the difference between getting the fall animation or not getting the fall animation. And so that this is truly an artistic indie platformer because we're 10 minutes into the run and we've just now gotten the opening game logo and cinematic. So but yeah, so that opening 10 minutes is really straightforward, and now we're getting into kind of the real meat of the run for the next hour and 10 minutes before having a lot of cinematics at the end of the game as well. This is what we refer to as the sandstorm section of the game. Get your Darude playing if that's your jam. This is the only appropriate time in the run for that. Good music.
I love that song, by the way.
Thank you. Total, thank you, Rue.
It's great.
It's such a bop.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it is. It's and then I love the association of where it is right now in the game too. It's a great one.
Yeah. So we're gonna hold out in these various sections here. This is completely cycle based. So at this point in the game, there's nothing we can do to save time. We just need to make sure we make it to the safe spots. But it actually is about to change. There is a sandstorm cycle skip that is coming up after we collect the star. It's on the harder side of the tricks in this game. And then on top of it, Aggie and I are both fairly rusty at the game right now. So leaderboard wise, I believe I'm second and Aggie is third on the leaderboards. However, both of our times are from 2019, and we don't run this game quite as much as we used to. We're still gonna give y'all a good show and a lot of information and a fun time. But with that said, pulling off some of the harder tricks in the run we're gonna have hit or miss on the success, but we're gonna try right here. We're gonna collect this star, and then in this next sandstorm cycle, we're gonna do what's known as the Skylar shimmy. All right, so I hit it once, and then I got rolled up, which is not good enough. How did you do, Aggie?
I didn't get the chance to even go for it.
Okay, so that's unfortunate. So neither one of us are going to get a sandstorm cycle skip. So there's 2 versions of the skip, depending if you can get a full 3 shimmies and like a significant amount of distance, you can get to that top platform to the upper right there. And that's far enough where you'll get what's known as the full skip, which saves 15 seconds. If you can make it to what I was just on right there, that middle platform, it's considered a partial skip and it'll save you 13 seconds. And then if you can't make it on there, then you didn't shimmy your little dress enough. Like me, you only got one shimmy or 0, and then you have to, like a pleb, sit and wait out this sandstorm cycle. And so the cycle that we would have skipped had we done this better is the one that's coming up here after this rock taxi transports us. So I would jump and we would move forward, and there would just not be a sandstorm, but there is, and so I'm just going to wait it out.
Yeah, I was going to say that regarding this particular like speed run, the history of the community is very interesting as well, and I would love to learn more about that, and let our chat know about our speedrun community as well. But also, it's just really nice that we are able to showcase this game, because not only is it beautiful and not only does it represent something that I think everybody goes through in life, just the 5 stages of grief. I just think it just has done such a wonderful job portraying that with all the colors that you see throughout the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think nobody is going to go through life without someone they care about dying around them, be it a parent or a friend or a child or someone else. Like, someone in your life will pass away. That is inevitable. So yeah, it is highly likely you will experience these emotions of grief. But we are getting our wide power up right now. We have now become an angry, girthy girl, and there are 2 things that we can do with our newfound power. So one of them is we no longer get pushed back by sandstorms. All 1 sandstorm that we will experience for the rest of the game. Hold on, I'm counting in my head. Okay, number of steps before that ends. And so, but there will be other times where we need to avoid getting pushed back by something, not a sandstorm, but something else that might have gusts. But also, there is a second benefit that we can do with what we refer to as our heavy power-up. We can break stuff. Because what better way to get our anger out than to be destructive?
And nothing terrible can ever go wrong by breaking things.
No, it's cathartic.
Exactly. What are these birds doing here? They're here to help us, definitely.
Birds are our friend. And so
another thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say another thing that I wanted to kind of point out about this entire speedrun is that it's kind of a pacifist run. We don't have any combat abilities. I actually kind of like that. It's nice to be able to just kind of utilize the environment and doing things like that. But we don't actually have weapons at all, and I really, really value that.
Right, we just break stuff. So we will break somebody's house. Just saying.
Yeah, maybe some bases, maybe.
Yeah, a couple we'll break some vases, we'll break a house or two, but there are no boss. Well, there are boss fights as well, but yeah, no combat. As I said, you can't die. Everything about this game is just the movement. And something I haven't said yet is that it is a very easy game to pick up as a result of it, right? The movement tech is very low. You could do no tricks whatsoever and just move through the game as fast as you can, and you would still wind up with like a great time on the leaderboard. So if you watch a lot of speedrun content, but you're always worried about speedrunning yourself, this is, I think, a really good entry game. The biggest potential concern, I think, for a lot of folks is the fact that it's about an hour and a half long run, and that can certainly be long and challenging to find the time to sit down and spend and do that. So if you're able to find that sort of a time and you're looking for a game that's relatively easy to get into and a low skill ceiling, this is the game to try out. So each of these 4 areas after that first denial section is pretty evenly cut up into 2 sections. So the sandstorm section was the first part of Angry, and now we have our second part of Angry as well, where we're more destructive, right? Now that we have our destruction power. So there is another small piece of tech that is going to potentially be first utilized coming up just ahead, and that is called insta-heavying. And whether Aggie or I get the insta-heavy, I will explain. There we go. So I got it. I got the insta-heavy.
I didn't.
No. All right, there you go. I saved half a second on Aggie right there, but I missed a jump right before it, so I probably still lost time. So what is an insta-heavy, and why did I magically break that rock without any sort of animation going into it, you might ask? So something else about this game is that it's coded very forgivingly and friendly, user-friendly. A lot of stuff in the game is designed to help and aid the player. It is not meant, even casually, to be a challenging game. It is meant to be an experience that you go through and helps you, right? And so, my boy is not on a good cycle here. I think I'm gonna have to wait it out. So there's very little RNG in this game, but this rock creature that I met, I just had to wait like 5 seconds for it. Oh wow, we were like really tied since our stream is delayed. Yeah, so your cycle was good, my cycle was not. RNG, very few RNG in the game, but that was one of them. So anyway, insta heavies. Basically, if you hit the exact like pixel of the seam between a breakable piece of rock or a edge of a platform and like the non-breakable, non-edge piece, because this also works. That was ugly. It also works on platforms, like moving off the edge of a platform. If you do it on the correct pixel, making it then pixel perfect of a trick, Gris, basically her wide body gets caught inside and clips inside that formation, that rock or that platform. And because of that, the game doesn't know how to handle it and doesn't know how to proceed. And so it basically just skips the animation of doing the heavy, which is roughly half a second. So it's way more swag than anything else because it doesn't save much time at all. But, we like getting our insta-heavies around here. Oh, nice. Well, that cycle lined up for me. At least.
We'll see if this cycle lines up for me. Looks like it will.
So, we're coming up on the end of our anger section here. I guess I should also mention, like, why would you want a heavy off the end of a platform? because I said that's something you can get insta heavy on. And so we've mentioned that bunny hopping is better by 3% for your horizontal speed. Heavying is significantly faster than free falling for your vertical speed. I don't remember the exact amount, but it's like 60 or 70% faster. However, you do have various animations at the start and end of the heavy that you have to counteract with. No insta heavy for me at the end of that platform. So basically, there will be a lot of instances where we're jumping off of ledges of platforms into unknown areas below. And in some instances, it's better to heavy and fall straight down. And in other instances, it's better to not heavy and like hold the direction that you want to go and ride the hypotenuse. Oh, I just was talking and forgot to move to the right. Whoops. I was too busy commentating.
That's understandable.
No, yeah, that's totally understandable. I know, like when I'm speedrunning and it's very different when you're speedrunning and commentating at the same time, and you're doing a very, very great job of explaining everything. So
I wanted Aggie to catch back up.
Yeah, exactly. You just wanted the content.
So yeah, we need to keep this being a very close race. That was the reason for sure. And so we once again jump into a hand. Now you can see that there are two hands that we're going into, and this will end our anger portion. As we will then head into bargaining. But so there was a lot of calculations that we wound up doing as a community to kind of figure out which spots were better to heavy into and which ones were better to not heavy into. And so again, there weren't a lot of big tricks to find in this game. So we really, really dived into the minutia. So also, if you like that, where you kind of are planning out and optimizing every button press and every move of every spot for 90 minutes, this is again good for you. And along those lines, it winds up being very consistent. And a lot of games maybe getting 1 minute per hour or 2 minutes per hour off of your sum of best, because there are so many like hard challenging tricks is really good. In Gris at the top level, I would say most PBs are within about 15 seconds of your sum of best over a 90-minute run. So really, really consistent is what you have the potential to be. Also, you might have noticed there that Aggie and I did something different. It's going to be probably the only time in the run that we do something different here. I broke a pot and Aggie didn't. Aggie, why didn't you break the pot?
Because I'm Team Yellow Supremacy.
So there is a pot that I broke and Aggie just bopped past that you can break it when I broke it, or you can break it when we actually need it, which is in like 45 minutes from now, which is when Aggie will break it. And so it actually creates a small but noticeable variance in runners, or especially runners splits, and doesn't impact your overall sum of best, but it does impact where you might have certain gold splits. So it takes about 1.5 seconds to break that vase. And so like my split would generally here would be about 1.5 seconds slower than Aggie's, whereas when Aggie breaks it later on, I would then save that time back. So looks like we are very dead even, but just remember I got 1.5 seconds in my pocket. which could come.
That second and a half. Yeah, that second and a half will be very important later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It might.
It very well could. Rue mentioned it kind of at the top of the show. The history that we have with races in the Gris community, and so when this game was more active, it's not super active anymore. But I think runners runners are still active in the Discord, but not necessarily active with the game as much. So if you were a new runner, we are still here to help. But when there was a large number of runners active in, pretty much throughout like 2019, we would hold weekly races, usually on like Saturday or Sunday, late afternoon. And those were pretty competitive. We would sometimes have like 7 or 8 people all racing at one time and for bragging rights for that week. And there was a race that between myself and Skylar, Skylar is the world record holder for most categories in this game. I think most people would agree that Skylar is the top runner of the game. Skylar and I had to go to the tape to see who won the race. We were dead even throughout the end of the stuff, and I think I won by like 0.1 second at the end over the course of a 90-minute long race. So we could be very neck and neck here if I remember where I'm going. Nope. So again, I'm. Oh boy. Okay. So these green trees, they are all cycle based. A lot of stuff in this game is cycle based. The second half of red, the first half of green, very cycle based. But now we're meeting.
Yeah. The trees, like, basically, like, there's some that are cycle based, there's some where you're jumping and it will turn as you jump. So it's pretty interesting to watch the trees because you wouldn't necessarily know that without playing the game. But also, yeah, that is something to kind of make a note of because they are cycle based, but there's also somewhere where you're jumping in cycle based because of the jump. Also, I did have a question from chat if you don't mind me asking.
Sure. Yeah, we'll get to the cycle trees in a little bit.
Okay.
But yeah, what is chat's question?
Does jumping make the character faster?
Does jumping make the character? Is there another?
Yep. It just like the character's jumping all the time. It doesn't make it like
It's faster.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
like how does it go faster with the jumps?
So I think when we looked at the game code, it's your top speed walking horizontally is like a 3.5, and then your top speed when you're in the air on a single jump is 3.6, and so that works out to be 3% faster. Those numbers fidget a little bit away when you're going up or down slopes. But yes, the short answer to why we're jumping is because it's faster. By a little bit, not by a lot. However, by jumping like this, it does allow us to make a number of cycles throughout the game that we otherwise wouldn't be able to make. And so I think a lot of them are really unintended by the developers because they probably weren't playing the game just jumping everywhere, getting that extra 3% speed. Like at the very beginning of this section, there's a obstacle with 2 trees that alternate back and forth on their cycles, and it's basically to teach you that green trees are cycle based, and you're not supposed to be able to make it, but you can just barely make it by bopping like we do, and so we kind of skip that whole cycle. And there are examples where you can just barely make cycles throughout the entirety of the run, and that is completely because of the fact that we are moving 3% faster than the devs really intended for you to move. But they're the ones that programmed it that way, so.
Well, thank you for answering that. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
As you were saying, sorry.
Yeah. So but for whatever reason, and we'll actually get to this in like another 2 or 3 minutes. I've been making it clear that more than 2 or maybe about 5 minutes. That it's only single jumps that you save that time. So we don't have the ability to double jump quite yet. But maybe that's something we're going to get in 4 or 5 minutes.
Maybe.
However, we just said goodbye to our little friend Macaroni. We didn't even really get to talk about Macaroni. That's what we called that little square thing that followed us around, the little rock creature. They're already gone, so I won't even bother to explain why, but Macaroni is friend.
Macaroni is
that's
very
really all.
friend-shaped.
That's really all that you need to know. Except when Macaroni eats apples slowly, and then Macaroni is not really friend. There is actually this game has some really weird built-in RNG. So there's very little RNG in the game on the whole. Like there was some of those cycles of the moving rock creatures in the second half of Red. But other than that, the only RNG in the game is RNG that you would actually never notice as a player, casually or even really speedrunning. It took like insane amounts of IL practice to like kind of posit the question of like, hey, is there RNG here? Like, this seems weird. Why am I losing time? It doesn't seem like I should. And we found out that when you deposit your stars at the central hub of the game after each of the areas, the stars travel into the sky randomly. So there is small amounts of potential time loss or time gain based on star RNG. The other RNG is Macaroni eating apples. So you have to feed Macaroni like 4 or 5 apples throughout that section. There is a programmed line of code in the game where sometimes Macaroni just decides to pause for 1 second before eating an apple. Don't know why. So you can get, sometimes can get 1 second of apple RNG time loss, and that's per apple. So good times with random RNG. So these are the red trees that Rue was talking about. They are not cycle based, they are jump based. It's the only part of the game where we are not going to jump to save time because it does not save time here. It loses time here. But cleanly through that. Looks like Aggie is finishing up a couple of seconds or a number of seconds ahead of me here. Way to go. But so yeah, now we are getting our next power up as we transition to the second half of Green, and spoiler, it's a double jump. So now we're back to a lot of cycle heavy sections here, at least in the beginning of this. Later on, in the second half of this second half, there will be less RNG, or not RNG, just cycles. But for now, we have some cycles to deal with, and there are some cycles, fast cycles, basically. They're not really cycle skips, but they are just fast cycles that we are able to potentially get. And so I'm sure we will be trying for those. But yeah, so single jumping 3.6 on that speed. But if you double jump, which is also referred to as a glide, that's back at 3.5, the same as walking. So even though we have our double jump, we're going to try to double jump and glide as infrequently as we can, unless we're going upstairs, in which case it's actually pretty much the same time-wise. Whether you're doing... Oh, trees? No! Oh, that was weird.
No.
So those were also the first instance there of I wasn't gonna make that of red birds. So red birds are they're like they're jump helpers basically. Like they carry you on to the next section. And
this part's a little difficult, so if you need to focus, I get it. Totally get it.
No, the cycles were just completely off from what I'm used to because of missing that the birds going around. It completely changed the tree cycles because cycles here all and throughout this game all start when you get to the beginning of a section. So something could happen 6 minutes into a section. And that cycle started 6 minutes ago. So you do need to be a little careful with where and how you make mistakes and how that will impact cycles later in a section. So, but Aggie a little bit ahead, and Aggie has reached our first boss fight, and now I have also reached the boss fight. In quotes, boss fight.
Oh yeah, I was gonna the boss fight. These boss fights are really cool. Just because of the fact that like you're using the environment. I mentioned this before, but you're able to kind of get these abilities and use the abilities with the boss fight, but you're not using them directly on the boss.
So it's a lot of avoidance. So you also might notice the bird is angry and screeching at us. The bird's screech is a lot like wind from a sandstorm.
Mm-hmm.
So we do need to do some heavying as we move through this bird boss fight here. And there'll be a trick coming up. Aggie will reach it first. That used to be very hard, but now is very easy. Since you're getting there first, Aggie, you're free to talk about it if you want.
Yeah.
If and when you get there.
Yeah. So this is going to be bird blow. I failed it. Let's try again.
Oh no! See,
What a
now
shame.
you just feel bad for me.
Yeah. So we're basically trying to glide into the bird in order to make it scream, well, bigger. To do a bigger scream to get us across the first block without waiting for it to scream again. But for whatever reason, the bird will scream twice if you get it to do a big scream.
Yeah, so basically you can, well, we don't really know exactly why it works, but if you jump into the bird will scream twice and then immediately scream again afterwards, which saves you 3 seconds of having to wait at the central platform for that second scream. And it used to be a very finicky and tough trick, and then a blindfolded speedrunner named Crystal Saver found a new setup for Bird Blow that he could do blindfolded. And it turns out that if you can do what was a hard trick blindfolded, chances are it's not a hard trick anymore. And so then it went from being this finicky thing to being a lot easier. So thank you, Crystal Saver, for saving us on our setup. And now we have the finale of the bird fight. It's 2 parts. So I Aggie as well. Like we do a lot of kind of weird stuff to speed this fight up. There we go. I got it pretty cleanly. I didn't see how you did on it, Aggie.
Yeah, it was fairly clean, all things considered.
So yeah, like so you're supposed to get do a lot more heavying. There's supposed to be a lot more screeching. You're supposed to get blown backwards to the center underneath the bell at the bottom. But we don't do any of that. We've found some cool ways to kind of just abuse the bird. But once again, hand. We wind up in a hand.
Yeah. I don't know why, but the statue is always so symbolic for me. But I don't want to, yeah. But basically, I love this part. I love seeing the different stages, I guess is what I mean. Kind of the colors.
Oh, yeah, it's so beautiful. Shout outs to Conrad Rose on the ridiculous watercolors. So it looks like Aggie, even with the bird blow issue, about 25 seconds ahead of me right now. So gonna have to do some catch up if we can. But so now you can see it's now raining. So something also I haven't mentioned that's really cool about this game is effectively it's just one giant map that we traverse. So like when we first went to the bargaining section, we went over this bridge. And so that bridge was actually on top of the white section, the denial section. And we were traveling over it. And so as we're coming back here, this might look a little familiar because we are back in the first half of bargaining again. Only now that it's raining, there's a whole bunch of platforms that are visible that previously had been invisible. And in fact, we are, as we continue our way back to the central hub, we will wind up back in that denial section again. And so all of this really lends back into the notion that, grief it's not stages, it's not a linear path, that it is emotions that we flow back and forth between, because we are into our depression stage of grief, but we also still are experiencing bargaining and even a little bit of denial as we go back through it. So, it's a journey that we are on. Would have been nice if we had like a little cameo back from Macaroni here in this section, but unfortunately, no. There are other little forest creatures that are out and about, but
I love macaroni.
Not our friend Macaroni.
I want more macaroni. Oh, I finally got the macaroni plush. There is a plush of macaroni.
Oh, nice.
And it's the best thing.
I purchased that long ago. From Fan Gamer, I think.
Yeah, Fan Gamer.
I think so. Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. So right now, these birds that I'm at least flying over, this is Denial. Denial is currently underwater, so you can't really see it. But trust me, Denial is down there. Also, you will notice that we are trying to not be in the water. And why is that? That's because being in the water is slow. Movement in water is like 1.5 speed units. So, we can't completely avoid the water, but we're going to try to spend as little time as possible in water as we can. So there are a couple of ways we do it. And the game's physics, basically, the higher and faster you fall into the water, the further down into it you fall. That makes sense. However, you slowly rise up at that non-ideal water speed, and so you can help mitigate that by gliding into the water. So using the glide heavily is actually something we do when it means that we're traveling into water. Because while it might lose us a tiny little bit of time versus single jumping, it saves us a lot more time versus falling further and deeper into the water and having to slowly float back up to the top. So we're now into the start of the depression section. I just want to take a minute to talk about what we're all here for today, and that's the crisis text line. I know a lot of us can be going through some tough times sometimes, and that we might be experiencing depression like this section. And that's okay, but we should try our best to talk to someone. And if there isn't someone in our life to talk to, the crisis text line is a free resource that can be used in lieu of it. You just want to go and, as chat says, send a text message of hello to 443 support, and a live person will be there to talk and help you through whatever it is you might be going through. So this section, the cavern here, is one large cycle. We haven't reached it yet. We're going to get to it in like another 2 to 3 minutes. But pretty much we are restricted to saving or losing time through this 4.5 minute section in 8-second intervals based upon an ice cavern that we are eventually going to get to at the end. And the ice cavern is on 8-second timing window, and that timing actually starts all the way back at the top, right after we deposited our stars into the sky. So this entire 4.5 minute long section, we can only save and lose time in 8-second intervals, which generally means we're usually hopefully within one cycle of each other, or on the same cycle. Another thing we haven't talked about is momentum in this game. So I just slid through halfway into this mushroom patch here. If you tend to have higher speed than normal when you're on these like forced auto slide sections down slopes. And if you jump right at the edge, so I'm on another one now, and so we'll see it here at the end. If you jump right at the end there, you preserve that momentum that you had off the end. And so, Aggie and I both have already been doing that throughout this run, and, we'll continue to do it anytime we're going down a slope where Gris is kind of on rails. So a lot of not too much else really to talk about here until we get into the ice cavern, which Aggie is already at, and I'm coming up to.
Well, did you want me to have anything to say regarding the crisis text line? I mean, you did a beautiful job, but I can also let everybody know what's upcoming for GDQ.
Sure.
I know that we do have GDQX. It is coming up October 20th through the 22nd. It will be at TwitchCon, and the event will take place on the Games Done Quick stage, as well as streamed live on our Twitch channel. If you're interested, check out the GDQX in Twitch chat to find out more information and check out the schedule.
That was scary.
So there's no real time saves on the left side of Ice Cavern, but the best cycle on the right side is a little bit tight, and if you're trying this game out for the first time, you're probably going to be confused about why you don't make it. But once again, this game is very forgiving. So if you release your heavy before the ice actually forms, you can exit out a little bit faster and start jumping a little bit faster. And that is required. There we go. to make that cycle right there that I just did, I will not be trying. There is a clip here to get that star there a few seconds faster, but it's very tricky and it's very risk reward. So we'll just take our normal fast cycle there and move on.
And if you miss it, you lose the cycle.
Yes, so that's it. That's what makes it very risk reward. So failing it once starts losing you time. So I'll take that non-optimal and move on. So we've gotten now another power up as we move into the second half. My favorite section of the game. We can now swim. And now moving in water has gone from being the slowest form of travel in the game to the fastest form of travel in the game. So now instead of being hydrophobic, we are hydrophilic, and we will be doing everything we can to be in the water for as long as we can. And when we're not in water, we're going to heavy to get back into the water as fast as we can. So we have 4 stars to collect in the 4 corners of this underwater section. We tend to do them clockwise. They are a lot of fun. I don't know, Aggie, if you agree, but this is, my favorite section of the game.
I love them so much.
Because it definitely gives you more freedom of movement than just being able to, move left and right and jump. That 360 degrees of movement in the water. And it does allow a couple of extra cool tricks that you can do by taking advantage of your swim dash that you get. Our mirror palace here. Everybody's favorite is the tower, though, but we do that last. So we'll get to that in a second. We have to go through this underwater tree first. So again, you can preserve your a little bit of your momentum and speed out of the water from your dashing. So pretty much anytime we leave the water, we're going to try to do a dash to do it. And so normally just movement through water, it's very thankfully, it is not faster to constantly, thank you, grab the star. It is not faster. So if you do a 180 in the water, I'm going to do it right here. It resets your dash underwater. And so if you're about to leave the water, it's prudent to do it. But if you're just moving normally through the water, thankfully it is not faster to constantly reset your dash over and over again, because that would be some pretty frustrating tech to have to deal with, in my opinion.
It's only faster if you're a Taz.
Whoa! Oh, that was ugly. So we're on the water tower. This is not the way you're supposed to climb the water tower, but we're speedrunners.
It's been so long, I forget what the intended strat to climb the tower is.
Oh,
I was gonna say,
okay.
Oh, go ahead.
So there's a small skip into this cutscene, but I apparently missed it both times. So I was too fast the first time and then too slow the second time. But basically, this turtle waits for you right here where I am. And so you can deposit the stars into the turtle and then do a dash down. And so that just puts you a little bit closer, so the turtle doesn't have to wait, and so it saves like 3 seconds. But it's a little bit tight on the timing because you have to deposit them. The game has to accept it and like start the cutscene, but you've already done the dash, sort of a thing. So, but turtle is our friend. We don't know it yet in the game. There's no real explanation of like, well, why did we just deposit all of these stars to wake up this turtle? Except that, he opened the pathway. But turtle is friend.
Turtle is very good friend.
Turtle is favorite friend for me. Although, I don't know, macro... Oh, I don't know. It's between turtle and macaroni for me. I don't know. I love them both. Can I have them both?
Well, I mean, they're never seen together, so, you know, maybe the turtle is just macaroni wearing a costume.
Really? Oh, wait. That's so good. I love that. Okay.
I mean,
I'm going to take that one.
I mean, we don't know. Maybe. What's to say
That
that's
is
not
true.
what's happening?
That's true.
Yep.
I mean, hey.
Yep, macaroni and turtle have never been seen in the same room together.
That's true. That's true.
So after we do these two cutscenes here, we have the second and final boss fight.
Massive air quotes around boss fight.
The closest thing this game has to boss fights. Also, my favorite music in the game. Shout outs to Berlinist, who is the orchestra who composed and performed all of the music for this amazing game.
I'm wondering how long it took them to compose this. I always think with like gaming soundtracks, it's always fascinating to learn like when it's an actual orchestra, just because like the time and dedication to do that, but also like the amount of practice. I know that they're, you know, I know they're professionals and they have it down, but I don't know. I just remember when I was in orchestra and having to perform, and I just remember having to practice a good amount. Practice makes perfect, though.
Yeah, I mean, they had to compose it all, also. So, with a little bit of a chorus on it as well.
Yeah. See, I love singing, and I used to play the violin, I play the clarinet, and I play the xylophone, and for me, I do love music. I miss music so much. Music is super healing. But it also helped with my mental health, too.
That is very good. We are in the scary, can't see anything portion of the game. This is basically like the underwater dark tunnel. You just kind of just have to memorize where to go here. Because it lights up, but it only kind of lights up like after you get there. So if you want to go fast, you have to know where you're going ahead of time. And oh my gosh, it's the eel again.
That eel, every single time, gets me. I get jump scared every single time. I don't know why. I know it's coming, but I get scared.
The anticipation gets you every single. It happens in the exact same spot too.
Yeah, you're right. You're completely right.
So you've already seen it on Aggie's side, but
get to see Turtle too.
Here, save the day again for our mental health. He's got rid of the eel. If you're in need of someone to talk to, you can text hello to 443 support, and that's my song.
Yep. Great song.
I like to sing too, Rue. I don't know if everyone else likes me singing, but I like doing it.
It was gorgeous. I loved it. I have a huge smile on my face.
Well, welcome to me doing Gris marathons.
It was perfect. I loved it personally. I thought it was done really well.
So this is the longest backtrack in the game. So technically we're done with the blue/depression section of the game. You can see lots of yellows now. However, we still have, you can see we have lots of these stars. So we do need to deposit those back into the central hub. And that's what we're doing. We're climbing back through another cave section, and we're going to magically wind our way back into the hub of the game. But it is a bit of a long backtrack here. A lot of caves, a lot of swimming, a lot of traversing of various little nooks and crannies. But all of that happens because of the fact that this game is just one giant interconnected map. So we're gonna do a little YOLO jump. Nope, no, we're not gonna do a YOLO jump. Failed. YOLO jump failed successfully.
The best way to fail YOLO jump.
Yeah, so that only lost 1 second instead of losing 15 seconds by falling back to the ground. That's why it's our YOLO jump. If you jump out of that little piece of water straight to the platform on the left, it saves 1 second. But if you fail it, it loses you 15. So YOLO. We had to swim up a waterfall here. Which is pretty cool, I think. There we go. And, taking advantage of our dive speed to get as far out of the water as we can into this cutscene. And, of course, out of the water in the direction that we're actually going to be going after this. In my derusting and warm-ups for this, the last category that I had run previously to this a while back was all mementos. Mementos are the collectibles in this game. There are 26 of them, I believe. And that was the last category that I ran. So my muscle memory was all on all mementos, and I kept wanting to go the wrong way for any percent to go and pick up all the Mentos. And that's another spot. So if you go out of the water to the left there, and then continue traversing to the left, you get one of the Mentos. The Fresh Makers.
I'm trying to remember the ring to that, the commercial to the dun 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 dun. But I can't remember the words.
Mentos, the Fresh Maker.
The Fresh Maker, yeah, thank you. The important part, I forgot.
So the big gimmick in the first half of Yellow here is disappearing platforms and kind of invisible platforms. So now we're introducing yellow birds. We just introduced fireflies before that. So yellow birds are like red birds, except they are they light up an area, and then they are also on a timer. So as speedrunners, the timer is very forgiving, and so it shouldn't ever come into play, but it does exist. There is actually a timer there, and then we got taught with those little yellow fireflies that light up ground that we otherwise couldn't see, that they disappear when we heavy. And that was kind of, it was that opening tutorial. That's what that was teaching us, which is very important information in terms of how that mechanic works.
The fireflies don't like it when we're angry.
Nobody likes it when we're angry, especially the Hulk. Or we don't like it when he's angry. I don't know. Nobody likes it when anyone else is angry, but also, don't mask your feelings either. So, don't suppress and hide your being upset either. You should definitely vocalize that still.
A part of me wanted to do a Hulk smash stroke, but then I was like, I wanted to wait until like we actually smash the ground again.
Yeah.
But I was like, maybe I don't know how long that's gonna be. I mean, it'll be pretty soon, but
otherwise you just get therapy with Cass, Aggie, and Rue.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Therapy with us is great. We have Gris, and I love it. This is therapy for me. I would say that in terms of the race, though, how are we feeling?
I need to hit no cycle is how I'm feeling.
Okay. No cycle.
Which we'll talk about later on.
Yep. Oh, we're gonna see another divergence here in how we do things.
Oh, okay.
Aggie
I
left
want to hear all
side.
about that.
Yep.
Oh, you go left side first, and then Tass goes right side?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
It's all right. We'll meet back in the middle, though. Other fun game design fact for Gris is this is the only section of the game where the first and second half of a section are in the same area. So, when we get our power-ups everywhere else, we traverse and go to a completely new section. However, here we're kind of going through these left and right sections. We're going to get a power up, and then we're going to go through the left and right sections again. Spoiler.
Yeah, we'll go through them again, but it'll be different.
Yes, because we have a power up. God, I love doing that upside down section. So the entirety of the underwater section in blue with the turtle is my favorite whole section of the game. But my favorite individual little slice is right there. That traversing from right side up to upside down through water and birds. It's a really technical section. And hitting it cleanly feels really, really good.
And at that same section, and that's just to get to.
That doesn't seem right. That's how are you so far ahead of me?
I don't know.
Mentos. That's my answer.
Yep. Mentos definitely.
Probably.
And Mentos is super powerful.
Maybe that side is slower.
Yeah, that's definitely what it is.
Maybe? Has it been time to, like, when you both split kind of thing?
Aggie is definitely ahead of me.
Yeah. Because I was always wondering, when it comes to Gris, and then I like this last level, I always find it interesting, but I honestly think it would be the same amount of time because you have to complete it all.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't actually know whether the left side or the right side piece of it takes longer because on the splits, this is all one split.
Oh,
yeah.
Got it. Okay.
It was just my copium, really. But if I can hit no cycle, I might have a chance.
I'm rooting for you.
I hit it once in practice. So now that we have our final power up, so basically like there's no words and there's no singing in this game. If you try to hit the B button before right now, Gris does like kind of like a thing. So part of with her grief, she lost her voice. So this whole thing has been like a journey to get our voice back. And now that we have our voice back, we're like a Disney princess. And you know, animals and flowers come to life as we sing. And that's cool. So, you know, we can do a little dance to celebrate our voice and our singing. And our robot spider friend is coming to give us a lift. But yeah, so our voice power up allows us to traverse this same area that we were in before, but now we're traversing it in new and different ways because we can open these flowers up. So each side of this sing section has a pretty large skip. On Aggie's side, they're coming up to it or already hit it, is flower skip. Flower skip is very easy. I'll talk about it more when I get there as well, but on my side we have bug skip, otherwise known as no cycle. And so what it is basically there's this bug room and it moves up and down on 10-second cycles, 5 seconds up, 5 seconds down. And normally it's supposed to take you 2 cycles to do it. Fun. There's a trick here that's not too bad right here at the start. Boom, that's 1 cycle. But now we're gonna try no cycle. I'm pretty sure I missed it. Yep, okay. So we missed it. I'm not gonna try it again. Maybe Aggie will try it like 4 or 5 times and let me catch up. But basically, yeah, and so I missed another cycle on it, trying to come back. But so basically what it is no cycle, you have to do a coyote jump off the right side of this platform over here. For those that don't know, a coyote jump is basically forgiveness. It's like Wile E. Coyote, you know, where he steps off a ledge and he's not on the ground anymore, but he's like hasn't fallen. Games do that sometimes. They will give you a little bit of wiggle room in the programming and won't have you like fall, even though you're 1 platform or 1 pixel off the edge of a platform. And so in games or in other mediums and whatever, it's referred to as coyote time. So again, we take advantage of that here with no cycle. So if you jump on the 1 pixel that you have freedom to jump on your coyote time, because if you go 2 frames or 2 pixels, 2 frames, you can't jump anymore and you just fall. Or you only jump once, which doesn't help you. You need both of your jumps. You fail it, and if you aren't in the coyote time, then you don't have enough distance to the right, height / distance to make it. And so I'm on the wrong side. And so basically you have to jump on that, you know, frame pixel perfect spot. And then as you cross over, you have like either a 1 or 2 frame window, I'm actually not sure, to jump a second time to then have enough height and distance to make it straight to the platform on the right. And so that is a huge mouthful and a huge description, but collectively it saves roughly 32 seconds to do 1 cycle and no cycle over doing like the casual of it. And so that's always a fun trick to do right at the end of your speed run.
So you'll be happy to know I missed no cycle.
Well, are you going to try it like 3 more times?
Yeah, try it 3 more times.
I'll try it at least 1 more time.
I mean, it is a hard, like it's really hard.
Very hard. At my peak, when I was playing this game every single day, I hit it about 35% of the time. And I am not at my peak right now. So, very, very hard trick. By far, like, there is no other trick in this game that is as remotely as challenging as that. So, don't let no cycle scare you off from potentially running this game. There are only 3 runners that have hit it in a run, and I think there are only 3 runners who have ever tried to hit it in a run, and that's Skylar, myself, and Aggie. So the 3 top runners of the game are the only ones who have even been dumb enough to try. And we've just run this game so much that, you know, we've managed to throw our head at a wall enough that we've hit it a couple of times in runs. Flower skip, on the other hand, so you're supposed to flip upside down and do all of these flowers, but all you have to do at that flower at the very bottom is mash A, and you will jump cancel, and you will not flip upside down, and you will save like 15 seconds. So that one you can definitely do, even in your casual playthrough. Flower skip, super easy, highly recommend. Mash that A button. But so now we've all collected all of our stars. Aggie is about to deposit theirs up into the sky. Again, this is so a lot of divergence here in the yellow acceptance part of the game. This is the only section where you're not depositing your stars back in the hub. We are depositing them at this, you know, like life tree thing that is above, very, very far above the hub. But I think horizontally, it's in line with the hub. It's just like way above it, because we've ascended into the heavens. But effectively, the game is just about over at this point. It's pretty much cutscenes from here to the end, with some very minor and basic movement remaining. But in the final minutes, we have like 5 or 6 minutes of cutscenes and like 2 minutes of gameplay. So we're happy to start doing, you know, shout outs and stuff. And Aggie, congratulations on kicking my butt here. Appreciate it.
Yeah, look, I can still fall down in the last platforming section.
I give you more credit than that.
I think the only way that would happen is if the controller mysteriously like went the opposite direction.
The game just crashed.
Yeah, or crashed.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I accidentally dropped my controller. What a shame.
But yeah, shout outs to everyone in the Gris Cord. They're all awesome people who are super supportive. We do have some good beginner tutorials for the various tricks and skips, and this game is very easy to pick up and learn. It's a very chill speed game, so if you're looking to get into speed running, or if you run something that's like a very intensive, hard, challenging speed run, and you're looking for something that might be like a counter to that as a more relaxing experience, feel free to come check that out and come see what all of the grief and the singing is about.
I know for me, I definitely have to say I've been a part of the speedrun. I have been in the community, amazing people. But also the game is just amazing itself. It's a very different speedrun, and there are some tech to behind it, and like for the top tier level numbers, wow, placements on the leaderboard. But basically, like it's just this game and the community. I cannot say enough. If anyone is interested in getting involved with the community or just has any questions, I do have the information pinned in the Twitch chat. And also, was there any shout outs that you would like to say, Aggie? Or any thanks or any plugins for both of you?
Yeah, I'd like to first thank Tess for inviting me to do the race.
It's a mistake now.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the entire Gris community. They're such amazing people that I'm very happy to have this amazing game that we run.
So and thank you, Rue, for putting this whole showcase together, and inviting Gris to participate.
No, I thought to the moment I was thinking about this show, this was like the first game, because I was like, Agents of Grief, this is perfect.
Emotions of Grief.
Yeah, Emotions of Grief. So I know for me, Emotions of Grief. Yeah. I know for me, it's just, I don't know. This is like the first game I was thinking of when it came to mental health, as well as like It Takes Two. Celeste, because of anxiety. So I thought that was just kind of just a beautiful way to show off all the games. And then plus, like, this one, I'll never ever, like, I will always feel the same way the first time I played it. I fell in love and it will always be in love.
So yeah.
I definitely have to say this is definitely a game that's worth playing. What were you gonna say? I'm sorry.
I was gonna say that normally we stop talking at this point and kind of let everyone enjoy the ending cinematic. Also, timing will end when the screen goes black.
Time. PG.
So nice. Well done.
Well done, GG. Rematch? No, I'm just kidding.
Rematch?
And then whenever you're done. I just wanted to say thank you both. This was beautiful. I appreciate you both.
just finishing my climb here. It's not quite the same as Celeste Mountain, but this is our own mountain here.
Totally. But hey, it's a mountain of stars. I like the mountain of stars. I've had fireworks, stars, and then a mountain.
And time.
Honestly, that was actually pretty good. Like, you did a great job commentating as well as showcasing the game. I love that you did it in a race too. I'm really impressed by that. I definitely have to say GG's. And was there any other like plugins for you both, or any thank yous that you would like to say other than, you know, maybe to the community and to GDQ, but maybe anyone else that like part of your communities or anything like that?
No, that was everything for me.
And then I think, okay. Well, thank you both for doing a beautiful job. I appreciate the Crisis text line song, Hasselfoot, and I appreciate everything that you've done. This is the end of the show for our mental health awareness stream with GDQ, and we are collaborating with Crisis Text Line. So thank you all for joining the show, and thank you, the runners, commentary, production team, everyone. From the bottom of my heart, thank you all. You made my day, and I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of their day and take care of themselves and their mental health. Alrighty, you all take care, and you have a wonderful day.